This is, you don't understand.
Audio check. Whew, I'm running late. Sorry, folks. But it's okay. We're having a good time. Lots of energy today.
This is, you don't understand.
Listen. Smash. Smash, how are you? Welcome in. Hot Dog, nice to see you. Love that Pianta emote. I forgot about the boys command. I need to remove that from the list. We don't need that command anymore. That used to be the command that would explain why there were two different people on the same channel. Totally forgot that that was still in the list. All right. We're here. We're gonna play girl game. I'm gonna get caffeinated. Backlog baby's very happy. He's having a great day. Lovely weather outside. Think we're through with the storms for the week. So we got all kinds of good things coming our way. Let's go over here. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? We're going to kick off the stream with a wheel spin. I owe Gad a wheel spin from yesterday. I forgot about it. I was banking them while we were opening card packs, and then we were going to do it afterwards, and I got so distracted during the changeover, and when we were actually playing Final Fantasy IX, that I completely forgot about it. I got a very distracting but important notification right as I was starting Final Fantasy IX, and that kind of made the end of the stream weird yesterday. So if I seemed off to anyone, to any of you astute viewers, that's what that was. Just got a very distracting and important notification that I had to just like pretend that I didn't see until the end of the stream, basically. And I left the wheel there to remind me that we're going to start with a spin. This one's for Gad. I don't know if Gad is here yet today, but we're going to spin for him anyways. So let's do that. Let's go over here. And let me grab the roaming mic real quick. Okay. Swappy. For Holy Gad. For yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, we opened 30 packs of Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards. And it was really silly and fun. Much jubilation was had. There was a lot of cool art. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Is that a peg? No, that's an orange wedge. So that's gonna unlock a snack tasting. I'll need your help to remember to do that after the first ad break. To Gad, that's right, cheers to Gad. Gad the lad, Gad the dad. Gad, one of the best friends I've ever had. He's a good man, that Gad. Let's go over here again. Back to the PS2 browser. Okay, quick housekeeping before we start. I forgot to talk about this yesterday. I didn't do my due diligence. Typical me, when there's a new idea, I just forget about it. We need to talk about our tactical RPG bracket. Where's my button for that? Here it is. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Wait for it. Where would I have put it if it's not in here? It's got to be in here. There we go. All right, we have a tactical RPG bracket running. This is the first week. We're going to have a new matchup every week between two games that I have grouped together somewhat similarly in my eyes. And at the end of the week, I'm going to close a vote. We have a vote running in the Discord right now. You have to be in my Discord if you want to participate in this in a great capacity. But let's talk about how you can participate in general and even if you're not in the Discord. So the point of bringing this up during the stream is to remind everybody that it's going on and that they can go vote, but also to give people a chance to say anything that they want to say about either of these two games. There's gameplay footage linked in the Discord as well. You're seeing them on the screen right now. Just to kind of give you a sense of like what the games look and feel like. I've grouped these two games together for our first matchup because they're both like kind of early-ish PS2 voice acting, middle budget. They're kind of cheesy and campy, you know, not great voice acting. I mean, one of them is working designs, so you know, if you know, you know. And they both have kind of like a not a super like what we would call anime today, but at the time these were very anime games. And obviously they're both tactical RPGs. But this week's matchup is Growlancer 2 versus Phantom Brave. They're both for the PlayStation 2. And the winner of this matchup will move into round 2 and will be facing off against Bahamut Lagoon from the SNES. I'm going to put a link in the chat for you right now. This is a link to the actual bracket that we have going on Challenge, just so you can see kind of what all the matchups are. So we are currently in match 1 of round 1. Oh, that command got rid of my my deal. on the screen. So yeah, this is our very first matchup. None of these other games have been decided. There are 12 games total, and in round 1 we have 8 games. The other 4 games got automatic bye to round 2 because those 4 are the games that I am the most interested in. So Bahamut Lagoon, Arc the Lad, Fire Emblem 1 Remake, the NES game but for the Switch, and then Triangle Strategy. Those were the 4 I decided I was the most interested in, so they immediately got advanced to round 2. And the winner of this matchup this week, Growlancer 2 versus Phantom Brave, will go up against Bahamut Lagoon in round 2. But we're not going to get to round 2 for another 3 weeks. So next week, our matchup will be Unicorn Overlord for the Switch versus G&D Arc for the PSP. Also, welcome in, Shane. Cool to know that G&D Arc is one of your favorite tactical RPGs. So that's a perfect example of the kind of things I'm looking for when we take our little moment to talk about tactical RPGs. You know, like if you have a thought or a feeling or an input about either of these 2 games, obviously it's got to be spoiler free. You know, don't tell me about mechanics or story elements or characters or whatever. But if you want to be like, hey, I played this game and I really liked it, or hey, I played this game and it was really lame and bad, you should skip it. You know, share that. Because here's how these are going to influence me. Normally, when we do a game poll in Discord, whoever wins the poll is the choice, right? It's definitive. The vote always carries. If there's a tie, I decide. Or, you know, if the Discord despot voted, they swing the tie. In this case, it's going to be a little bit different. So for these games, I'm not necessarily going to take the winner of the poll through to the next round. If the vote is extremely one-sided and like super definitive, then I will take the winner of the poll. So let's say, for example, this week, the vote ends up being like 16 votes for Growlancer and 3 for Phantom Brave. I would take that as definitive, and even if I was leaning towards Phantom Brave, I would let the vote, having been so lopsided for Growlancer, supersede that. But let me give you a different example. Let's say that the vote was like 7 votes for Growlancer and like 5 or 6 for Phantom Brave. And like, you know, Growlancer won the vote, but it was still really close. I wouldn't necessarily be required to move Growlancer through the bracket. If I still, like, at the end of the week, after everything I heard from everybody's input and my own personal feelings or whatever, and I was still kind of leaning towards Phantom Brave, I would still push Phantom Brave through. So I'm looking for y'all to influence me with your vote. It's considered a vote of interest. You know, vote for the game that you're either most interested in, or that, you know, if you've personally played it, you liked. If you've played them both, you know, the one that you like better, whatever it may be. You're casting a vote of interest. Yo, Randy, welcome in. How are you doing? You haven't played Phantom Brave, but you love Disgaea, which was also made by Nippon Ichi. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I played the first Disgaea way back in the day on a Gamefly rental. And I remember really enjoying it, but I don't really remember a lot about it. And the main character from Phantom Brave, if I'm not mistaken, is Laharl. I feel like it's kind of like a spiritual predecessor to Disgaea, but again, I don't know a whole lot about the game. It's a very delicate dance of like trying to dig into the game to kind of see what it's like without finding out stuff that you don't want to find out before you play it. You played both of them, but you didn't beat either of them. You like tactical RPGs just fine, but you rarely finish them because you get burnt out on them easier than you do turn-based and action. That's totally valid, Shane. I could see why. Because, like, tactical RPGs are so up here. They're so in the brain versus in the eyeballs. You know, even something as, like, rudimentary as, like, a Final Fantasy where you're just, like, and just doing like the really basic like turn-based stuff, it's still a little bit more like engaging in like a tactile way. You're pressing buttons a little bit more regularly. You're not forced to think as much. And so you know, the wheels can kind of keep moving. But like a tactical RPG, if there's a steady difficulty climb, like every battle is going to get longer and longer. Every turn is going to get longer and longer. You know, you're going to have more indecision, like in between actions. So you can really burn out for sure. They like to do that where the AU, a lot of their characters are in different games. Oh, okay, cool. There we go. Thanks for the confirmation. And yeah, Phantom Brave, I was confused on this because when they announced the Phantom Brave game recently, I thought it was a remake of this game and not a new game. But I've seen people say both, and I don't know which one is true. Until you decided to replay the entire FF franchise a couple months ago, you'd never beaten any FF Tactics games, but you had played all 3 of them. Now you've finished Tactics and Tactics Advance, nearly done with Advance 2. Nice! The length of the battles is where the burnout comes from. Yeah, it's a big investment, for sure. And I guess just kind of speaking to the larger strategy genre as well, too. Like Grand Strategy, you know, games like Civilization or Total War, like those games kind of expect you to invest hundreds of hours to kind of get through a campaign or two. All right, so that's going on. If you're in the Discord server, go to the polls channel, cast a vote of interest for one of these 2 games. Even if you have no opinion whatsoever, make it interesting by just arbitrarily casting a vote. I'll try to bring that up again around the middle of the stream, and we'll talk more about it. Maybe look at some other stuff. The other thing that I have to remind you about, my new obligation is I have a throne. Now that I don't have disposable income anymore, I can't just like buy video games when I want to buy them. I have to like be pragmatic and like save up for them a little bit, with the small ways that I do get money, like from streaming and other things. So if you wanted, keyword want, if you wanted to support beyond subscribing, doing bits or whatever, there is now an avenue for that. We've had the Ko-fi for a while, but there have been a couple of people who have asked for more like tangible ways to support. So just putting those options out there. The Throne wishlist is pretty much just games that I plan to buy. And they all have the crowdfunding crowdfunding feature on. So, you know, I would never expect somebody to buy me like a $60 video game, just randomly. But if you wanted to like throw a dollar into a bucket, towards a game, you can totally do that. So that's that. That exists. I think that's all I have for now. Let's play some Final Fantasy X-2, shall we? Let's go over here and pause the music and pick up the controller and press the button. We're going to play Girl Game today. I'm feeling a lot more present than I was last week and yesterday. I think I've just been really, really underslept. Last week, I was like super like Scarface push it to the limit mode to get the tactics VODs up on stream and ready to go. And I think I just went a little too hard in the paint doing that. And I was pushing my sleep a little bit. And then there was also like, there were a couple of like stressful things not related to stream or Twitch last week that me and the lady were dealing with. So that was also a thing. And yesterday I was really tired. And like I knew I was tired yesterday, but I was like, we're having fun, we're opening cards, let's push through. But last night I was like, I have got to like go to bed as early as I possibly can and like get some sleep. And luckily I was able to do that. I feel so much better today. So we're gonna fuel up and try to claw back some of our grip on reality, perhaps, in this game. Maybe that's a foolish goal. How far did we get yesterday? Popped in for a little bit on the Magic unboxing, but the video was like 5 hours in. So you figured I either played it already or weren't going to, and then had to clean the basement. Oh, I see. It took about 3.5 hours to open all the cards and like do all the things that I wanted to do, and like, you know, yapping and stuff like that. We had some good chats. And then we switched over to Final Fantasy IX for it ended up being about an hour of gameplay. The last thing that we did was the the sword fighting minigame during the play. That was the last thing we did in the game yesterday. It was just a fun little jaunt with no specific goals in mind. I didn't even like save the game or anything. We took control of Steiner and raided out. Or actually, we didn't even raid out. I didn't raid because we like immediately left and like went to go eat and do some other stuff. And I was like, I'm not going to be able to hang out in somebody's stream. And I was a little like, because of the distracting important notification that I got. So I was just like, end stream. I need to turn my volume up a little bit. There we go. And I forgot to put a bracelet on. Alright, so today is day 3 with Final Fantasy X-2. We did play this last Thursday and Friday. It's a bit of a blur for more than one reason. One, because I was tired, like I just talked about, but also just because this game is so wild. I'm going to do my best to try and recap for you what happened, but I don't know if I'm going to do a great job. I'm not taking the type of notes that I was taking in Final Fantasy Tactics because it doesn't really work for this game. What I've been writing down is more like what I would write down when I'm playing like an old Dragon Quest game. Like, oh, remember to go back to this town and look for this item. You know, that kind of stuff. Because where to go next is very clearly telegraphed in the game, and we're kind of just goofing around until we feel like we're ready to do that. Every area has a star ranking that kind of denotes its difficulty, and they are fluctuating based on our level. So as we're leveling up and getting stronger, star rankings are going down in some areas, but we've also seen some others go up. So there might be some like scaling, like Final Fantasy VIII style scaling as well, where like the area will maintain a certain outpacing of you because it's supposed to be challenging. I also wrote down some like geographical wayfinding things because I'm not super familiar with Spira and like how different areas connect together. I haven't played Final Fantasy X in a really long time. So that if that was like ingrained in me while playing the game, it's gone. I don't think it was, honestly, because there's no world map type of view in 10. I don't really get that type of relationship in my brain. I have to have that like zoomed out kind of view to be like, oh, this is north of there and this is over here in relation to that. You know, like I can't really build that map style relationship of things unless I have a map. And a mini map isn't enough to do it. You know, I'll get good geographical bearings within the context of a specific area, where it's like, okay, I remember this place. If you go over here, that's where the item shop is, and blah, you know, I'll get that kind of stuff. But the more macro stuff, I need there to be a map for it to really like imprint on me. Because I remember last week, some of y'all were like, well, oh yeah, Mushroom Rock Road. Yeah, that's north of the Mia and I Road, of course. And I was just like, I don't know. I don't remember that. Like, Final Fantasy X is just a hallway simulator, so it's like you just keep going. You just keep going, you know? And, yes, and I was waiting for that, Smash. I should specify. Like, there technically is a world map in 10, but not in this, there's not an overworld in 10. Not an explorable map. There is like a very rudimentary 2-dimensional map. And like, you know, late in the game when you're finally out of the hallway simulator and you can go places, you kind of get to see that. But anyways, you've replayed the first 10 FF games so many times. You have their world maps memorized. Wow. That's That's impressive, Shane. I'm trying to think how many Final Fantasy games I have replayed, and the number is staggeringly small. I'm not much of a replayer, especially when it comes to RPGs, because there's such a big time sink. I replayed Final Fantasy 1 and 2 like last year because I was trying to play alongside Jackie while she was streaming them. Yo, what's up, Kyo? How are you doing? Thank you for coming into Campaign for Clair Obscur. I do want to try it someday, but I currently don't have a console that I can play it on, and I don't want to play it on PC, so I don't know when it's going to happen, but it'll be in the back of my mind. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a Yeti joint. I had to get it. I didn't have any pink tanks, and this one spoke to me. Yeah, Yeti's doing tanks again for summer, and I'm a big fan. It was cool though, because it's not like tied to any particular game. It's just like a summer themed tank, with a cute little dolphin and sunglasses on it. Oh yeah, we were talking about replaying Final Fantasy games. I have replayed 1 and 2, and those might be the only Final Fantasy games that I have replayed. And when I say replay, I mean from start to finish. Like, I have touched all of the Final Fantasy games since my first playthrough, whenever it was. But I've never replayed one of them start to finish. And I think that might be kind of wild to some people. I don't know. I feel like a lot of other Final Fantasy fans tend to replay their favorites a lot. But yeah, with the exception of 1 and 2 last year, I have never replayed a Final Fantasy to completion. Not for lack of want. I would love to replay the whole series and like critically analyze them from like a more adult, narrative savvy lens than whatever lens I had when I played them, and kind of compare my nostalgic feelings with my right in front of my face feelings. I think that would be really, really cool. But I don't know when I'm going to go on that quest. I certainly wouldn't be super stoked to replay Final Fantasy 3, but like all my favorites, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, I would love to replay those. I would love to replay 12 via TZA. I want to say that I'd like to replay 13, but 13 works so well just watching somebody play it that I feel like I've replayed it. But I do love going back to that story and those characters. FF13 is great. Have I just considered playing Star Ocean instead of an FF replay? You know, Star Ocean 4 is definitely going to come back around on a poll pretty soon here. I don't know exactly when. I'm currently like... The jury is currently out on what option number 2 is going to be on the next RPG poll. Option 1 is definitely going to be .hack, because I promised that was going to stay on a poll until it won, just like Tactics was. And then we know that option 3 on the poll is going to be whoever wins this tactical RPG bracket that we're doing. It's going to be a tactical RPG of some kind in option 3. But option 2... You know, our go-to option lately has been the Suikoden Machete Order journey, but I'm a little gun-shy on Suikoden 5 after what I heard from a trusted friend. And I was like, maybe we'll just let Suikoden breathe for a little bit before we get back to it. We still have Suikoden 5 and Suikoden 3 to play. And I really want to play 3, but I'm a little worried about 5, and 5 is the next one in the order. So I think maybe it'll be a little bit better if there's been a little bit more time since the last time I played a Suikoden. But yeah, Star Ocean 4 is the next one in line for me to play. I've played Star Ocean 1, 2, and 3. I adore Star Ocean 3. And I think Star Ocean 4 would be really fun. I have the international PS3 version of Last Hope, and I know the voice acting is like a little bit campy and cheesy, and I'm all about that. I think it would be really fun. I love PS3 games. I don't mind streaming from the PS3 at all. I think it's a fun little, like, it's a weird little niche in, like, streaming / retro community. Oh, Kyo's getting hit with the remaster command. But he's not talking about the FF10 remaster. You can ignore me. You'll die on the hill of defending 4 and 6. I want to play them all. I don't care if they're bad. I want to play them all at some point. So yeah, there's a world where Last Hope is an option on the next poll. 4K HD is just a better experience. I'm sure it is, but that would require me to buy something that I don't have, which is not an easy thing anymore. But it's good to know that it's on PS4. That might be reasonably attainable. I could at least look up kind of what some of the differences are and decide if it's worth it to me to grab a... I'll literally buy you it if I have to. Is the PS3 version that bad, Kyo? Or is it, I guess, or maybe just the PS4 version is that much better? Because I'm assuming it's like, you know, it's going to be the same music, same VO. It just looks and runs better. Okay. Well, we can chat about that sometime. That would be great. What am I doing in this game? That's going to be a burning question every second, without question. I remember we were trying to go this way on foot to look for treasures and gain experience. That's the subtitle of 10.2. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have additional content not found in International. Wait, it doesn't have additional content not found. So wait. So remove the double negative. It does have additional content found in International, meaning it's the same content. Okay, I'm with you. The caffeine's starting to hit. It's identical to International. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for explaining like I'm 5. Explain like I'm 5, or I'm uncaffeinated. Or I'm streaming. The budget grenade. So yeah, we've already we've walked far enough to see or we didn't walk, we took the hover. We know where this road goes, and not necessarily, we don't necessarily want to go there. I just want to actually walk the road.
This is...
You don't not misunderstand. Make sure to talk to the man in the third house to the right in Kilika to get a missable 0.5 billionths of story progression. Yeah, there were a couple of people that asked me if I was going to 100% this game, and I asked them if that was a serious question or not. It definitely seems like something reserved for like a I'm obsessed with this game and I want to play it again kind of playthrough. It doesn't seem like there would be any reasonable expectation that somebody would want to do the 100% requirements on a first playthrough. I'm sure there are people that do it, you know, people that like playing with guides or whatever it might be. But for true FF102 sickos, hey, you said it, not me. Dude, this guy sucks. And he has the pink Oversoul text, so he's scaring me. No! Oh, dang it. I meant to do Cure All. That's alright. You have no qualms being who you are as a person. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'm trying to do my due diligence and not, like, my rule of thumb during this playthrough is I'm allowed to be mean to some aspect of the game once I have done it. You know, like, once I've completed the story, I'm allowed to say whatever I want about it. And defend my position. Yeah, I'm glad that I knew before going in what the 100% for this game was like, so that I didn't have to, like, even consider it from a, you know, insulated standpoint. Because I would never want to do that. Especially for a game that I'm most likely not going to come out of in love with, you know? Like, I promise my mind is open. As much as my predisposition is going to try to get the better of me, like, I promise my mind is open to changing my mind about this game when it's all said and done. But there is no way in hell I would be interested in doing some of the requirements to 100% it. No way. There he be. We got this guy's card yesterday. Kiss me? What? She's into big guys, I guess. They've got to be really strong. They have to be stronger than her, you know? She's one of those strong women where she's only interested in a partner that's stronger than her. And the Iron Giant, I guess, passes the muster. I just combined pass the mustard and meet the muster. And I'm not ashamed. Hey, little guy. There's so many things in this game so far that seem like they should be significant and aren't. And conversely, things that do not seem like they should be significant at all, but are. Why is this flan so much bigger than the other ones? Is that just a camera thing? There's a lot of good missable cutscenes that are fun to find on replays, but by the end of the game, if you didn't enjoy the game, finding those scenes won't change that. Yeah, I feel like a big part of loving this game is just loving the world of 10 so much, like really loving Spira and wanting to go back there. Because, like, loving the characters of 10 isn't necessarily a good reason to go into this game. Because Yuna is like a completely different person, and all the other characters are just making like small little cameos, at least so far. So that doesn't seem like a good reason. I guess Riku's the same person. But Riku's not exactly like the most interesting deep character in 10. Where are we now? This feels like a town with no battles. But maybe there's chests here. Yep. And like this music is completely different than the music of 10, so you wouldn't be revisiting for the music. So it feels like at the end of the day you're just revisiting for, oh, I know where this is. You're just revisiting for maps and like vibes. Giving Lulu a bad ending with Waka. The bad ending of being in a relationship with him. And being the mother of his child. Of course that's what you meant. Oh, there are battles down here. It's one of my favorite RPG tropes, is just like a random, like hapless NPC standing fearlessly in a field where there's like really high level encounters. And, you know, you have to wonder, like, how did you make it out here? How are you gonna make it home? How are you so calm right now? A siblings kink. Oh no. I'm a part-time ranger. I can take on Iron Giants all by myself. What is this, like, little alarmy sound in the music? It's kind of reminding me of Breath of the Wild. I can just hear, like, 10-2 defenders also, like, seething at how I'm playing this game. Like, it feels like you should be constantly changing dress spheres to, like, even out your ability learn and experience gain. But it's very time-consuming to do that in a random encounter. Can I go up here? Why is this here? It's very clearly a path. I see the break in the map, but maybe it's a one-way and I can get there from somewhere else. Again, I know I've said this before, but they were very smart to put the glowing circles on the ground in 13. You can yell about yellow paint all you want, but I would love if there were glowing circles on the ground in this game, like there were in 13. Hey, we learned something. Hey, Lydia, how are you? How's Final Fantasy IX? Guys, Lydia is playing Final Fantasy IX right now, so if you didn't get enough FF9 vibes from me yesterday, Lydia just started it. It's my favorite game of all time, Lydia, if you didn't know that. Not only just my favorite Final Fantasy, but my favorite game. It's very important. I hope you're having a good start to your day. You've been gushing nonstop, as you should. Anything else, I would be disappointed. Have you played this game, Lydia? I would love to hear what you have to say about this game. This is one of the few Final Fantasies that I have not played, and I you know, kind of didn't acknowledge or recognize it for a long time, for many different reasons. And it's been a very complicated relationship. Because, especially, like, as an adult, I had to like unpack, like, okay, how much of my distaste for this game is, like, you know, internalized misogyny that's not unpacked, and how much of my distaste for this game is just me being, like, a really pedantic, pearl-clutching Final Fantasy fan. And how do I, like, parse those two, you know, and, like, dismantle the one and keep the other, and, like, try to defend the claims I think are legitimate, you know? It's really weird. But that's what this journey is all about, playing through this game. Actually, all the way through, and honestly and sincerely, and making a full judgment call on it. As someone who is a fan of 10, certainly not to the degree of others, but I do think it's a great game. But also just, like, constantly reckoning with the tonal whiplash in this game. Last week, I played this game for the very first time. We did the first 2 streams last week, and I've been, like, trying to maintain my grip on reality the entire time. Mechanically, there's so much to love. Your favorite part of FF13 is where Lightning or Hope mentions following the points of light to not get lost and stay on the path, but you look at the minimap and it's a straight line. That, man, it'll never cease to amaze me how many, like, FF10 fans will, like, self-report by calling 13 a hallway simulator.
Let's do it.
I think the biggest thing, and this is not a unique opinion to me. I'm not, like, the first person to point this out or anything, but I think the biggest reason why people feel so strongly about 10 or 13 being a hallway simulator and they don't notice it about 10 is just because the world of 10 is a little bit more populated. And, like, there are a few, like, towns, whereas in 13 there aren't any. You're always, like, on the road because you're, like, you know, fugitives on the run or whatever. You can't stop anywhere. So it makes you, I feel like it makes you feel the hallway a little bit more. but they're both like equally as railroaded games, in my opinion. And I think it's fine. I think when you want to tell a story in your game, you have to make it pretty linear to control the pacing of the story. Like that's a balance that you have to establish. If you make, you know, your great story of the game, but then your game is like a sandbox where the player controls the pacing, then you end up with, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, where people are like, this story sucks. When in actuality, if they had put the game on rails and controlled the pacing of the story beats and made everybody experience them in order, it probably would have been perceived as one of the best Zelda stories ever written. But because you can go, you know, see the very first story scene as like the 7th piece of the 11-piece puzzle, and then go like hunt Koroks for 200 hours before you see the next piece, you have so little control over how people experience the story. Do they remember the first pieces that they got? Are they able to put all those memento edit pieces in order in their brain? You know, probably not. Spirit felt immersive, Grand Pulse and Cocoon didn't. Yeah, and I think a big factor of that, Shane, is just having people to interact with, because most Final Fantasy world building happens in NPC text boxes. And so, in 13, you don't have any NPCs to talk to. There's maybe like a dozen NPCs in the whole game. And you can't even talk to them. They talk when you walk by them. And most of the world building is just, you know, them talking about you, your characters, like indirectly. Talking about the l'Cie or whatever. And it does a little bit to world build, of course. And most people can't be bothered to read the data logs either. Which is where, like, most of the story exists. It's, like, so important to read the data logs, like, all the time in 13 if you really want to understand the story. So I get why that doesn't work for a lot of people. Let me go back to this Legend of Dragoon conversation here. Magical girl anime wrapped in a PS1 RPG. That's an interesting take, Randy. Oh yeah, I've seen that Sailor Moon RPG for the SNES, Shane. There's a fan translation for it. I need to get it on my EverDrive. I've heard it's actually, like, non-ironically a really fun game. That it has, like, good mechanics and great art. I forget what it's called. I'm sure Kyo knows. Dragoon is very Kamen Rider Super Sentai, or just a general tokusatsu. Yeah, it definitely has a little bit of that. Like, just the transformation aspect of it is such a strong visual component. And, you know, likewise about the pieces of media you mentioned. Yeah, Super Sentai formula. The whole idea behind Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom was to rethink and retool the concept of Zelda being a miniature garden. Yeah, the, what is it? Is it Hoku Niwa? No. Something Niwa, because Niwa's garden. Forget what the first 2 syllables are. Yeah, that's a pretty fascinating concept, and really cool that they, like, carried that through to all the Zelda games. Gameplay was their goal, not exactly story. Oh, absolutely. And that is also a hallmark of the Zelda series. Like, the game Hoku Niwa. Yeah, the Zelda games are always going to be gameplay first and story second. There's no debating that. But clearly they wanted to include a story, right? They always... Hako Niwa. There we go. Thank you, Kyo, for the clarification. Okay, so now we have explored this. We've gotten all the chests. I think we can go back to the airship now. Let's take the hover back to the travel agency. Hako means box. That's right. Box garden. I knew that. Alright, we're going to go back to the airship here and find somewhere else to wander around. Oh, we've got an ad starting soon. Let me get a prediction open. Our current Smash matchup during ads is Ness versus Captain Falcon. You've got 2 minutes if you want to make a wager. The current score is 3-3. It's tied after 6 rounds. We still have 5 rounds to go. All right, let's take a look at where we can go next. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good summation, Kyo. So, we've been to Besaid, we've been to Kilika, we've been to Luca, we just did Mihin High Road. We haven't done Mushroom Rock yet. We went to Jose, and we got a side quest, which opened up Beaconell Desert. We haven't been to Moonflow yet. We could check that out next. We did Guado Salam. No Thunder Plains or Macalania. We went to Bavel, and we met a random guy, and there was some weird conversations that I didn't understand. And we haven't been to Calmlands or Gagazet. So yeah, let's go to Moonflow next. Guard the Hypello. Getting reports of bandits along the Moonflow targeting a Hypello freight wagon. Protect the wagon and pick up the reward. Let's go. The flower Asagao. It translates as morning face.
Spear's landscape really hasn't changed much since then.
Oh yeah, because Asa is morning and Kao is face.
Smile more often now. It's as if they finally have time to notice the beauty around them. Hey, this is nice out here. What? People out enjoying nature.
What? What was that, Riku?
Sure is. A lot of people are traveling these days, trying to learn more about Spira.
Oh, we got some Riku narration.
Thanks to you, Yuna.
Oh no, that was just a line of dialogue that was mixed really dry. How long does it take Riku to get those sleeves on? Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes, y'all. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! Ness! Captain Pop Ness! 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, that's one more for the cap. Captain Falcon goes up 4-3 after 7 rounds. Still 4 more to go. We always do 11 rounds no matter what. We're on a quest to make our own internal Backlog Boys Super Smash 64 CPU tier list. Official title pending. You can see the stats in the bottom left corner there. Captain Falcon pretty strongly maintaining a number 2 spot overall so far. Our next matchup after Ness and Captain Falcon is going to be Kirby versus Yoshi. If you would like to select some characters to fight, you can do so with 1,000 channel points, and we'll bank them up for the matchup after Kirby versus Yoshi. And if someone snipes you, you can pick their opponent. All right, let's go back over here. Welcome back. So we are exploring Moonflow. Apparently there is a Hypello, one of these guys, in need of safe passage. What is this little guy? Oh. Oh my god, it's my man! It's Rob Paulson!
Hey, that sounds like fun. Okay, well, we'll see you then.
Wait. I have a favor to ask of you.
Let's go.
Okay.
What?
After all, we're spear hunters.
What is happening?
Right up. Oh, let's hear him out.
Oh, here's the thing, you see. My able assistant hasn't come back. From Luca, of course. Where else? He went to fetch some supplies, which are vitally, crucially important for the show, you see.
What show?
Ooh, check on him, right?
Oh, quite.
Why ask us?
Is this character in Final Fantasy X?
Because you are sphere hunters, and sphere hunters hunt spheres.
That settles it.
He's got a VHS tape.
My assistant, Sigmund,
We'll do whatever he says so we can have it.
thinking he must be over in the general vicinity of Jose Temple. Oh,
We don't care what's on the VHS tape, we just want it.
I'm counting on you. My assistant is a Hypello. I can't imagine he's gotten much further than Jose Temple, really.
Okay, so now we have to go back to Jose to help this guy. Rob Paulson is my favorite voice actor of all time. So very excited to hear his voice. It was a very Yakko Warner kind of voice. I'm so mad they took Animaniacs off of streaming. Oh yeah, let me pay out the prediction here. Nobody believed in the Captain Falcon, so all the Nest believers are just losing their points. Sorry. I'm going to continue to explore this area in its totality, and then we'll go back over to Jose. Johnny Young Bosch, Tara Strong, Crispin Freeman, and Steve Bloom. What do I know Crispin Freeman from? That's the only name I don't instantly recognize, Shane. What might I know them from? Oh, these guys are cool looking. You just voted a lot? There was only one Nest believer? Oh no. Albedo and Gaignoon in Xenosaga. Haven't played Xenosaga yet. Someday. I got them all. I want to play them. Haven't played them yet, though. I was actually retelling my infamous Xenosaga story in Memory Carp's Discord the other day, because he was talking about playing Xenosaga. And the game opens with a really long cutscene. And a lot of people don't like that. But back in the day, we were all about that. We were, like, stoked. And I remember we rented the game. And we were at a period where, like, we were getting super into RPGs. That's all we wanted to play. Anything that had, like, the most cutscenes and the most voice acting and, like, the most high budget whatever was, like, what we wanted to play. Is that a chest hiding in there? No, it's just a tree trunk. So we rent. I don't remember what we knew about Xenosaga before we rented it. We probably just could tell that it was an RPG and we were like, sick, let's rent it. And then when we fired it up and realized that there was, like, a cutscene at the beginning, we were super stoked about it. And I was, like, sleeping over at my friend's house for the weekend or the night or whatever. And we, like, plopped down onto the couch and we were in his living room. And during the super long opening cutscene, his mom, like, needed us to, like...
I'm in trouble.
Trouble. Oh.
You're Tobley's assistant?
Is this who we were looking for?
Yes. Are you friends of Zachi?
You sure are. You just sit back and let the goings escort you back to Tobley.
Thank you.
His dance. FF10 has great chocobo design. Alright, mission time. If bandits grab the cargo, chase them down and take it back. You'll lose the cargo if they get away. Okay, so I'm guessing I just stay close and not, like, run ahead. We'll see.
Oh no.
Why are we stopping to let him do this? Why are we politely stopping? That's so silly. Regal from Tales of Symphonia? I don't remember what they sounded like. Also, Regal just makes me think Sam Regal, who's a different voice actor. And now I'm just hearing his voice. Will Turner from Kingdom Hearts 3? Haven't played that. Rude and FF7 Advent Children. Doesn't he say, like, 4 words in that movie? It's been a while since I've seen Advent Children. Xenosaga is cutscenes spliced in between quiet segments of running through space hallways. Just the hum of the air conditioner to keep you company. Yeah, I've seen, like, a decent amount of... How do I tell you to start going again? Do you not know where you're going? Okay, I have to... I see. Alright. Same amount of cutscenes as FF10. Yeah, I wasn't trying to, like, disparage Xenosaga, by the way. Let me finish my story. So we were watching this cutscene. We're super into it. We're locked in. And then my friend's mom needs us to, like, do something, or we had to, like, leave the house all together, or she needed us to, like, get out of the living room and move the PlayStation up to, like, his room or whatever. And we realized that we didn't have a way to, like, you know, save or, like, pause the cutscene while moving the system. So we were going to have to just turn it off and start over, right? Because we didn't want to skip it. We wanted to see it. I don't remember if it was skippable or not, but we didn't want to skip it. And so we finally were just like, well, I guess we have to just turn it off and we'll just do it again later. You know, it's cool. We don't mind watching it again, right? And so we ended up turning it off and we did whatever we needed to do. And when we got another attempt at it, I think it was the next day. Like, I don't think we got another shot at it later that night, and we had to like sleep, and we're like, oh, we'll do it in the morning. We'll like get up kind of early before you have to go or whatever, and we'll start it again. And we did that whenever it was, whether it was the same night or the next day, I don't remember, but we started the game again and the cutscene again, and we ended up having to stop the cutscene again for like the same reason. Like, the mom needed us to do something, and or you know, something very, very similar happened, and we were like, dang it, how does this keep happening? And we never got past it. We never actually got to play the game, you know. Like, he may have played it after I left and, like, you know, made the most of it during his rental period, but I didn't get to see it.
Too easy.
And that's, like, my most prescient memory of Xenosaga. Oh, the reputation as being cutscene heavy? We're about average for the era. Yeah, I think more than anything, it was infamous for having a long opening, which is, like, a Xeno game hallmark. Like, FF10 has a lot of cutscenes at the beginning, but there's lots of little, like, slices of gameplay in between, so it doesn't feel like you have to watch a movie before the game starts, even though you basically do. Probably takes about 2 hours to get through all that junk, to where you're actually just in, like, a normal gameplay loop. But if I recall correctly, in Xenosaga, there's just a really long cutscene at the beginning with no gameplay interspersed, and then, you know, it finally ends and you get to play the game. So yeah, I think it's just a perception thing. But yeah, a 15-minute cutscene back then probably felt like an hour.
Oh, you've returned.
Thanks to these ladies.
So was this the guy he said was at Jose?
With this, the show is just a step away from smack. Here, as promised.
I accidentally skipped 2 words. Ooh, we got a dress sphere for that. Let's go. Gun Mage. That's exciting.
Oh, and take this with you two for everything you've done.
An accessory. Ooh, and a new garment grid. Wow. Alright, well that was a very fruitful side quest.
Reliable people person such as yourselves. Yes, sirree.
You're very welcome. Just remember, it was the goings that helped you out.
You like Yuna as a gun mage? It seems like a good fit for her, too. Yo, what's up, Scissors? Welcome in. Yes, I finished Final Fantasy Tactics. What are my final thoughts? Well, there's definitely a better... I will give you my thoughts, but I will also say that, like, my final thoughts in the like last couple of VODs are probably more prescient because everything was fresher in my mind. This is a really weird grid. Kind of cool though. You're always, well, I guess there is one that's 2 steps of separation. My final thoughts on the game are that it's incredible, it's amazing. I loved how dense the narrative was and trying to parse through it all. I loved the subtext. I'm a sucker for subtext. The world building was great. There were just a few small things in the game that really showed its age, but in general, it's aged incredibly well, and it's super playable through a modern lens. So, yeah, great game. 10 out of 10, very few notes would be my very succinct assessment. Okay, let's check this out. I don't think I want to use that new grid. The auto protect is cool. But I don't think it's super useful to me right now. I could see this being very specific for like a certain fight. Like if there's something that's hitting super, super hard, we like put everybody on this or something. Oh, you played the PSP version of Tactics. Nice. Cloud was such a letdown. Yeah, it sounds like everybody was let down by Cloud. I mean, for as long as you have to wait and the amount of arbitrary work you have to do to get him, it sounds like he's not a very good character. It was just a very ham-fisted inclusion. And honestly, if I didn't know that Matsuno, like, begged to put him in the game, I would think that it would have been the opposite way around, based on how it's implemented. That, like, Square was like, please let us put Cloud in the game to help cross-promote or whatever, you know? And Matsuno was just, like, reluctantly relented. So it's really surprising to me that it was the other way around. Reese was really good, and you're glad you went out of the way to get her. Yes, it sounds like she's a really good character. And it seems like Beowulf is too. Okay, I want to look at this new dress sphere. So let's go to... we have to go to equip. I always forget that. So I'm never going to use Yuna as a thief. So that's what I want to change. Oh, no, it's under dress spheres. God, I get so confused. Wait, no, this is different. Oh, so this kind of shows how many there are. This is kind of cool. Attack with a special gun. Give fiends a taste of their own medicine with Blue Bullet, or target their weaknesses with Fiend Hunter. Oh, I wonder if that's like our scan. Here we go. This is where I find it. Wait, no, this is not it. God, why can't I find it? Okay, I just have to change this. Okay, now I got it. I got it. So we're going to put Gun Mage right here. Whew! That was entirely too difficult for me. Alright, so makes her HP go down, MP go up. More strength, which is good. So much more magic. And magic defense. Holy crap. Everything else is pretty negligible. Okay. And then let's look at the abilities. We haven't looked at this in a while. So first of all, what can Gun Mage do? So Blue Bullet is like blue magic. Quadruple damage to helms? What are helms? Lupins? Okay, so dogs. So helms are a certain type of enemy. Huh. Quadruple damage is nuts, though. Holy crap. So she has this for, like, every enemy type. Wow. Cuts the time required for Fiend Hunter by 40%. What's Fiend Hunter? What does Fiend Hunter do? Okay, we're gonna have to look at that in the abilities. Scan! Oh my god, I'm so happy for scan. I want to scan so badly in every game that I play. Allows user to rotate targets when using scan? What does rotate target mean? Like when I'm looking at their picture, I can spin it around? That's silly. Okay, what type of enemy are we encountering the most right now? I feel like Machina inherently have high defense, so that's a good choice. So Helms being called Shellcracker makes me think that it's like, you know, crustacean type enemies. We have encountered a lot of dog-like enemies. Let's start with this one. We'll start with this one. I want all of these. This seems really good. Okay, let's take a look at what everybody else is learning. Riku, what are you learning? Inflict Stop. Always Steal. Whew, that sounds really good. Berserk. Steal HP. She has white magic. Yeah, let's go for the Always Steal. Sounds good. And then Pain. What is Pain learning? Pain is learning Assault. She's almost there. Cool, and then we can start playing around with that. Yuna's your favorite thief design? Her battle stance is weird? Pain looks awful as a thief? There probably will be a period of time in this game where I want to, like... where I'm just going to want to exclusively look at outfits and nothing else. Because I definitely feel like I'm missing out on that. But I'm, like, so focused on battling like, efficiently, that I feel obligated not to waste time. Okay, we're gonna continue down this road and see what's there. I'm still confused as to whether or not the person that we just helped was the initial quest that that guy gave us or not. Because he said that they were near Jose Temple. So I wonder how we learn the blue skills. Look at that weird gun. It looks very silly.
Here comes the hook.
It looks like a toy we would have been marketed at with in the 90s.
Introducing the Ring Blaster. Makes 49 lights and sounds. Batteries not included.
I had one of those, Ooh, look at this nasty guy. Yikes. He's got, like, sword feet. Major yikes. Let's see what Scan looks like. Holy moly, he does a lot of damage. Okay. This is pretty cool. So those are the things he's immune to? Or what does that mean? Weak against fire, immune to gravity. Why is he not floating away then? I'm trying to figure out what the scrolling statuses are there. Like, are those statuses that he's susceptible to or that he's weak against? Alright, that's cool though. I'm glad I get to look at that for as long as I want. Boy, he attacks a lot. Whoo! He did a big damage. Yeah, he does have sword feet, so I guess I should expect him to be pretty devastating when it comes to damage. So Gun Mage is a blue mage. Riku is my white mage thief right now, so I don't know if it's because I have tactics brain still, but I like the idea of everybody having like kind of a dual role so that they're not too stuck in one thing. Ooh, we learned assault. Yes. Okay, what I want to test with this assault skill is if my berserk immunity works. So what we did is I equipped my healer character, Riku, with something that guards against berserk. And then Pain has this ability where she casts haste, shell, and protect on the party, but also berserk. So you can't, you lose control of your character. But if I only lose control of my two characters that aren't a healer, and I still get all the positive benefits, it sounds like something I could really, really use to my advantage. So I want to test it out and make sure it works in a safe environment.
This is your lucky day.
So let's try it. Okay, it didn't work. Riku is still berserked. So that's very good to know. So we won't be able to completely break that ability wide open. It also means that we can get rid of this accessory. I don't know. It's still a pretty good thing to have protection from if the enemy has it. Because having a healer get berserked and your character with the lowest attack get berserked is really annoying. Or confused. What is the point of this little area? Okay. To fool me into getting another encounter? I guess the blue magic probably works the same way that it does in most other games, where you just have to get hit by it, and then you learn it. That's usually how it works. So I guess maybe the songstress would be a good combination with Gun Mage, where you like aggro all the enemies and force them to attack you and hope that they use their blue skills on you. I really like how simple this game is going with equipment. Like, imagine if you had to have a different equipment loadout for each dress sphere. And you had to have, like, weapon and armor and accessories and whatever else. Bedo. So where are we now? We're in a completely different area. Is this outside of Jose Temple? Kind of looks like that area. Yuna looks like a wild berry Pop-Tart. So there's a fork in the road here. Where does this one go? She's the exact same colors, and she has like a swirliness. You loved Wildberry Pop-Tarts? Yeah, this is Jose Temple. I remember this Tony Hawk Choose Your Character screen music very well. Wildberry Pop-Tarts were super solid. Definitely one of the top flavors. They're like almost too sweet. Kind of riding the line. Alright, well, we've never gone this way before. Let's see if we can figure out what's this way without getting bodied. You've been on a Pop-Tart kick lately, Hot Dog. Really? Okay, what are your favorite flavors? And I guess this goes for everybody. If you have a favorite flavor, feel free to share. These guys are going to be dead before the assault goes off. There's a banana bread Pop-Tart? Whoa. Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches. Hold on, Smash. Please explain. Unfrosted strawberry and banana bread. That must be a fairly recent development, the banana bread. Also, Unfrosted is a very adult-friendly product line. Thank you, Kellogg. For realizing that aging millennials want to eat your product too, not just sugar-hungry children. I think the original strawberry, the blueberry, maybe the wild berry, and then the, like, chocolatey one are still my favorites. Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches. So, okay, hold on. Does that mean it's an ice cream sandwich that's, like, flavored like a Pop-Tart? Or does that mean that there are two Pop-Tarts with ice cream between them? You like toaster strudels better, Shane? Yeah, I mean, toaster strudels are... It's so different. Like, I think it's easy to make the comparison between the two, because they're kind of existing in the same space as like a sugary breakfast treat, but they're so different. Like, a Pop-Tart is so much faster and easier than a toaster strudel. But a toaster strudel is like, conversely, like maybe a bigger reward for a little more input. I feel like a toaster strudel works better as a dessert than a breakfast. I mean, I would never eat either of those for breakfast now. I definitely did back in the day. I would never pop a toaster strudel or a Pop-Tart into my mouth first thing in the morning. That sounds like a nightmare. If the first thing that I eat in the day is like really sugary, it makes me feel awful. Ice cream with Pop-Tarts as the bread. Wow. That sounds pretty fun. That sounds pretty fun. Let me heal myself really quick. Wow, I have a lot of potions. We be picking up them potions. What are all these? Oh, okay, they're like battle items. Got it. I'm sure those will come in handy. I'm just waiting for a save point. I kind of want to just know where I am more than actually explore this area. But I guess we're just exploring. The enemies seem reasonable so far. I do remember the purple and green ketchup. Yeah, it was an abomination. There was an obsession for a little while there, like right around the turn of the millennium, from probably like 99 to like 02, 03, where making like condiments and sauces like funny colors was really popular. It wasn't just ketchup. You could get like blue butter and like mayonnaise and like mustard. They had all kinds of stuff with food coloring in it. And, you know, now we all have ADHD. Thanks, Red 40. Yeah, Faux Retro, shout out. One of my favorite streams to hang out in. Great guy. On his BRB screen, he plays like old, like 90s and early 2000s commercials. And I don't know if it's just because he grew up in the same area as where I grew up, but he and I have like the same memory when it comes to like commercial brainworms from childhood, because I recognize so many of them that he plays. And he has one where it's like the like official like Shrek green and purple ketchup or something. Okay, so that leads back to where we talked to the last guy. I was not a ketchup kid. I despise ketchup. I think it's vile. Still to this day. And even as a kid, I didn't like it. So I was never like begging my mom to buy that because I didn't really like condiments at all, and I still don't really. But I do very strongly remember the marketing for those. And being like very, very grossed out. No condiment solidarity. You got it, Kiki. You got it. Do I have Asuna? How do I learn Asuna? Probably need to just switch somebody over to White Mage. Yep. All right, let's do that. Let's switch over to White Mage, because these are going to become very important. Restore some HP to the user? Little HP to the party? What's the difference between these and Cure? That's kind of weird. Alright, let's get Asuna going. I want to learn all this white magic. So we're going to pivot Riku's default to be White Mage. So we can get some AP for that. Because we don't have a ton of antidotes. You're Canadian, you remember the Pizza Pop commercials the most because they were always so weird. I have no idea what Pizza Pop is. Is that like a chain that serves pizza? Or is that a type of pizza? Can I cook a Pizza Pop in your sun? Excuse me? Excuse me. No. Can I cook a Pizza Pop in your sun? No. Well, my son isn't a microwave. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Right with you on that one. Was that like what the commercial said? In your son is absolutely unhinged. What's going on with this map? So I can't go this way. Okay, okay, I see what's going on now. When it comes to a burger, just a straight cheeseburger. When it comes to hot dogs, just plain. What is this? Up? Oh, it's an elevator. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, feel free to share the commercial. That sounds great. I'll check it out later. What is this? Looks like a statue of Jecht almost. It's not Jecht. Some guy standing over a slain fiend. You like cheese, lettuce, tomato, bacon, mayo. Cheese, mustard. Dill pickles. So it sounds like you're a condiment enjoyer, Shane. I'm not a hot dog enjoyer. It seems like hot dogs are just kind of a vehicle for condiments.
Those creeps again.
Oh.
Maybe there's a sphere here.
It's our turn to do the following.
Wait, were they not just coming at us? Okay. That was weird.
Good to see you again, Lady Yuna.
Oh, hey. Speaking of Sam Riegel.
You haven't forgotten me, have you?
I'm gonna lie.
Yael, isn't it? You're in the youth league.
You really do remember me.
I have no idea who the Youth League is.
Lady Yuna. Since that day we first spoke, the Youth League has been conducting a sphere hunt of its own. We, the Youth League. Klasko, take it from here.
We, the Youth League, to better our understanding of Spira's past, vow to remain vigilant in our search for ruins and spheres.
Oh, that's enough! Those two guys are getting away!
Did LeBlanc's men pass through here?
Yes, they said they're here to take care of our fiend problem.
Yo, Sness, what's up?
The Youth League is in preparation for an important operation, leaving our patrols short-handed. As a result, the road to headquarters has been overrun with fiends. Be warned, unless you can defeat the fiends on the road, you will not be able to pass. So, are you ready to run the gauntlet?
I don't know. What's the star rating?
Understood. Expect to encounter fiends until you reach the vicinity of the lift.
I'm just gonna say yes.
Fight your way through them and proceed to headquarters. That's it. Good luck. Klasko? Klasko, show them the way.
Of course. This way, please.
Yeah, let's hunt some fiend.
Fiend! Okay, there's a save point over here. Perfect. So we've just, like, stumbled upon a quest here. This is not the one we were looking for. I like how we can kind of just organically run into things to do. But I also feel like I'm aimlessly wandering for a narrative. And maybe I should just let that ship sail. Alright, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we get bodied. We've got a fresh save, so I'm not worried about it. Oh yeah, we were talking about how gross hot dogs are. Yeah, I'm not a hot dog enjoyer, and because I'm not a condiment enjoyer, that makes it even harder to enjoy a hot dog. Because usually a hot dog is just a vehicle for condiments. You know, you can just slather it with ketchup or mustard or whatever you like. Why does the screen look like this? Why? Is it dark in here?
Hey, I want to fight too.
Wait, what is Fiend Hunter? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Prey replaces attack. So, we have to forego... So, okay, this will be an interesting test. What happens if we cast Berserk on a white mage that can't use the attack command? Is she just going to pray over and over? She will just pray over and over. Okay, so this is kind of a cool combo too. So this is kind of like a poor man's regen on the party while the other two characters attack. Or wait, no, she is attacking. Huh. Kind of an interesting workaround. But yeah, even when it comes to like a burger or other things that are commonly served with condiments, I don't want them. I'm not necessarily a plain burger person. I don't mind a plain burger. I can enjoy a plain burger, especially if the patty is, you know, tasty and well seasoned, well cooked. But I do like a lot of stuff on a burger. You know, I like lettuce, I like tomato, I like bacon, I like jalapenos, I like grilled onions. I like I guess those are the main things that I like on burgers. But I don't necessarily always want all of those things on a burger. You know, it depends on where it's from, etc. I can get down with like a very, very sparing amount of a condiment on a burger. Like, if you put a condiment on the top bun that's like a normal person amount of the condiment, and then I like scraped it off with a table knife, the amount remaining is about the amount that, you know, I would want. And I could maybe get behind that for like a, you know, some kind of like spicy sauce or a barbecue something. Depending on the burger, of course. Yeah, that makes sense, Kiki. That makes perfect sense. And I can sympathize with a lot of that, because one of the main things that I don't like about condiments is the mouthfeel. Like the fact that there's no texture to it most of the time. And then also the fact that they can be like refrigerator cold, but they're served on a hot thing, I also think is really dumb and doesn't make sense. Like if you had like a homemade ketchup that was like warm and you put that on a burger, I would stand a much greater chance of enjoying it than like a sugary refrigerator cold ketchup. Or even just room temperature, you know? Because that kind of feels cold. Why is it so dark in here? There was definitely a chest down here. Where did that go? There it is. That is so hard to see. Okay, how do I get over there? Oh, I just gotta go back this way. Okay. The one food you cannot stand are onions. Just don't like the taste of them. There are many variations. I mean, that's fair. Onions are very strong. Shane, have you ever looked in to see if you are a low FODMAP person? Because I have a friend who is a low FODMAP person, and it took them like almost their whole life to realize that things like onions were just making them feel bad. And they thought they just didn't like them and they didn't know why, but it was because their body was actually rejecting them. That can happen sometimes with foods that we don't like. It's like such a slight effect that we don't realize that it's an intolerance and not just a preference thing. It's perfectly valid as a preference too, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there. But onions are really, really strong as far as that goes. I am an onion enjoyer, but I have limits. I don't really like raw onion on anything. The only exception is like a tasteful amount on like a taco. You know? But I'm always gonna prefer like a grilled or a sauteed onion. But like a little bit of like raw green onion on the top of like some mashed potatoes or like in a soup, you know, that's good. I don't really like raw red onion in anything. Even like cooked red onion is just a lot. Red onion is so strong for me. I like yellow onion the most. Usually if I'm using onion for anything, like if I'm using a recipe and it calls for like a red onion or a white onion, I'll just get a yellow onion instead. I think they taste better. But yeah, I really don't like raw onion in anything. But like when onions like hit a pan and start sautéing, I think that smell is sublime. That's one of the most appetizing smells that I can think of. I'm a big fan. And I do really enjoy some grilled onions. Obviously as like a topping. I would never eat like a pile of grilled onions as a side dish. I think that's psychotic. But like on a burger or in like a what else do I like grilled onions on? In chili, soup. It's got to be used very sparingly though. They're so powerful. It can very easily be overdone. Yeah, green onions are good. Great song too. Burger T and the MGs. Sandlot. Do I have Asuna yet? Yes. Beautiful. What can we learn next? What are we learning? Dispel? I don't want Dispel. Shoot, I should have changed this a long time ago. Let's do Cura next, and then we'll do Life. And I guess we want this Vigor as well. Although Prey is kind of better. I'm sure Vigor restores a little bit more. So this must just be like a weird mechanic with this area where the light dims and undims. I don't know why, but... Yeah, a lot of people don't know about it, Shane. That's why I brought it up. I didn't learn about it until my friend discovered that it was a thing for them. I had never heard of that before. They were explaining it to me and some other people. We were like out to eat because they were like... They had to like make some weird modifications to their order, and they felt really self-conscious about it because, you know, they wanted to be courteous to the wait staff or whatever. And I get it. I'm the same way. I don't like asking for like substitutions or like replacements. I'm very self-conscious about that. I always want to just order something exactly as it is at the expense of maybe not liking a thing or two. So he was explaining to all of us at the table, like, don't judge me for making my really specific order. I just found out I have this thing. And he kept saying the word FODMAP, and I was like, what are you saying? Like, I'm like reading your lips. And he had to like write it down on his phone and show it to me. And I was like, what is that? And it's an acronym, I think. I forget what it stands for. Oh, that's a good idea, Shane. That is a very good idea. I think that's a very valid move, honestly. It's sad that we have to do that, but it's a totally valid move. I think a lot of people do that with other food intolerances too. Like, at least in America, like people who are trying to avoid bread or carbs because they want to watch their weight don't want to say that, so they just say, oh, I'm gluten intolerant, because they feel more confident saying that, and it gives them a better excuse to avoid those foods, and people are more likely to respect it. You know, if you're at like a backyard barbecue and somebody's serving up their famous garlic bread or whatever, and you want to decline, you know, and you just say, well, I'm watching my figure, and they're like, ah, come on, you know, like, this is my signature thing, I made it for you, try it, you know, just, come on, one piece won't hurt you, right? But if you say, oh, sorry, I just found out I'm gluten intolerant, you know, they're going to be a little more respectful and be like, oh, no problem, man, you know. So I think that's a totally valid thing to do, like, as like a white lie to protect yourself and, you know, protect others in like a common courtesy kind of way. So yeah, there you go. If you don't like onions and you don't want to eat onions, and you feel like people are going to give you a hard time about it, just say you're a low FODMAP person. But yeah, it's a really eclectic list of things that you don't think, or at least I don't think of as related. Because it's like onions, and things that are like onions, but then it's also like watermelon and like other random things. And you're like, how do these all go together? Why are these elevators watery? How does that work? Is that rock like filled with water and then we're letting the water out and that makes it like float up in the air somehow? Oh, hey, a lady.
Oh, wow. Lady Yuna.
Yep, that's me.
Elma. It's been so long.
Ah, of course, Elma. Who could forget?
How are you? Never better. Now that I'm in the Youth League, I've always got something to do. Hey!
Good for you.
Past all the fiends. Nice work. Go on, step aside.
What if they just stood there and watched us like lose to some fiends and die?
Whoa, look at you.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, look at you. Wow, look at you. You've been promoted to elevator steward in the wilderness. You've really made it. Ooh, we got a garment grid for that. I gotta say, as blasé and inconsequential as a lot of these quests seem, we're getting like nice, tangible rewards. So I'll take that. Is there a chest down here? Yeah. The accessory favorite outfit? Excuse me? What? Favorite outfit? Guards against Itchy. That's a very funny name for something that makes you immune to Itchy. Maven Nuge. I thought Nuge was spelled a different way. It'd be really cool to see an elevator designed like this. What a status effect name, Itchy. Yeah. It's a really smart name though. Like they clearly think of what the status effect does before they think of a name of it. It's like, okay, we need a status effect where you can't change your dress sphere, or where you're forced to change your dress sphere like every turn and you can't stay in one. I'm like, oh, we could call it Itchy because, you know, you have to like change clothes. Oh, yeah. You know, like, I like thinking about the thought process and that kind of thing. I'm going to open a prediction for the next ad. Once again, Ness versus Captain Falcon. 2 minutes to get your points in. Captain Falcon is currently up by 1, 4-3, but it has been very close. This has been one of our closest matchups so far.
This is Youth League headquarters. The Youth
Sure.
League was formed a year ago by people who opposed New Yev.
Okay, so the Youth League was not in Final Fantasy X.
Hands of New Yev.
That's what I thought.
No one will repeat its past mistakes. Their leader is
Because this is supposed to be 2 years after, right?
Apparently he earned quite a reputation among the Crusaders.
This is quite the place. Oh yeah, just come swing your swords at me. That's great, children. All right, we'll drop a save here. So that was Mushroom Rock Road, which had a 3-star rating, but it was very easy to cross. What's down here? Whoa, Yuna. Hippity hoppity. Bippity boppity. Another garment grid. Wow, we have like 9 of them now. I'll take a look at those in a little bit. No. And the color palette of this area is bananas. It's like pink and yellow and orange and purple. I am the inspector's assistant. God, what does this song remind me of? This is a weird song. It's got like Scooby-Doo moments. And then it's got like Dragon Quest battle theme and like Fire Emblem moments. It's actually very Dragon Quest, like Dragon Quest 7. Maybe Dragon Quest 5. The Youth League is such a weird name for like an anti-religious organization.
It's been too long, Lady Yuna. I am Lucille, commander of the Youth League forces.
It's good to see you.
Hiya! I am glad to
I'm so confused on like how Yuna knows and remember these people as if we like met them in our previous adventure.
consider it my duty. Maven Nuge, our leader.
Maybe all these people were in FF10, but I don't remember any of them.
Unfortunately, he is planning a mission of great import and will be occupied well into the night. I am terribly sorry, but I must ask that you return another day.
Oh, it's no trouble.
My apologies.
The Youth League's looking for spheres too, right?
Yes, knowledge of the past is the key to the future, so says the Maven. It is with these words in mind that we seek the spheres of yore.
Everybody's searching for tapes.
Also revolves around a sphere, but
All right, we're about to get hit with the ad here.
say no more. It is not
I'll flip over after this conversation.
No, I suppose not.
My apologies.
My apologies. Always salute when you apologize. Okay, back in 3 minutes, y'all. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
He can fire! Yes! He can fire! He can fire! Yes! Yes! He can fire!
Show me your moves!
He can fire! He can fire! He can fire! He can fire!
Show me your moves!
He can fire! He can fire!
Show me your moves!
He can fire!
Show me your moves!
He can fire! He can fire! He can fire! Yes! He can fire! He can fire!
2, 1, time up! From the go! Show me your moves! Game set! This game's winner is Captain Falcon!
All right, welcome back, folks. Another close one. Sudden death yet again. Captain Falcon taking it. That makes our score 5-3. Sorry, I forgot to update the on-screen. So we're going to jump there. 5-3 after 8 rounds. Welcome in, Flozax. How are you? How you been? Falcon continuing to push his average score up with this one here. And SNES getting in a character selection here. Mario will be our red corner combatant for matchup number 36. If you'd like to choose an opponent for Mario, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Let's see who's available. You can choose anyone except for DK, Link, Luigi, or Ness to fight against Mario. And obviously you can't choose Mario. Shane, there we go. Thank you. Samus. So Mario versus Samus will be our matchup after next. And if Shane sniped you, you can still throw in 1,000 channel points and pick the next red corner fighter, anybody you want. For some of you, it might be more fun to pick the red corner fighter because you can pick anyone you want. We can just stack those up into oblivion. We have 66 total matchups to go through, and we just locked in matchup number 36. So, still a long ways to go here. But that's kind of the whole point. All right, back over to the game. I grabbed some tea during the break. We've been making some big batches of tea for like the week as part of our meal prep plan. And this one looks so much more appetizing than the one that you saw me drinking on Tuesday. I was finishing up last week's tea on Tuesday, which was it's just a plain yerba mate. And it tastes really good. It's kind of citrusy, but it looks like pond water. It's like green, like a faded deep green towards gray. This one has like a nice orangey brown color, and it's also very good. Unsweet, completely unsweet tea.
If I can swing my sword 500 times, I'll be just like the big guys.
And who are the big guys? All right, so we discovered a new area. Oh my god, it's Machen! Of course I would. Anything but that is the default option. Now here's a side character from 10 that I remember.
These past 2 years have been truly tumultuous. With sin defeated and Yevon's terrible deception exposed for all to see, it is safe to say Spira was in a state of upheaval. But it is precisely
I like how we can just tell him to shut up in the middle of the story.
For you see, out of the chaos arose a desire to forge Spira anew. And from this noble desire was born a search for truth, championed by people called the Seekers.
Seekers.
Seekers sought out and attempted to set right Spira's history, long concealed and warped by the temple.
Warped.
They looked for lessons.
This voice actor was so glad when they called him to reprise his role as Machen. What's this guy been up to since he recorded the Machen VO? This guy would be fine in like a Dark Souls or an Elder Scrolls. I hope he's getting lots of good work.
Recorded in those spheres, for they hoped to find within clues to the true nature of Spira's past. Over time, the search for spheres grew quite.
It's interesting that Machen is here.
Pursued it as a profession.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with talking about anything from Final Fantasy X. If anyone here watching the stream for some reason is worried about FF10 spoilers, you're on your own.
The majority are interested only in the excitement and adventure of it all.
I'm totally fine with discussing stuff that happens in 10 as long as it's self-contained within 10.
Of the search for truth. Very doubtful.
Broken Quest. How you doing?
Doubtful indeed.
Very iconic line. That's like the "this guy are sick" of Final Fantasy X.
Founder of the Seekers was a man by the name of Tremor. Before the fall of sin, Tremor had been a priest in the orders of the Heaven.
Matcha does taste like grass. As a big matcha enjoyer, I will fully admit that matcha tastes like grass.
Or so one would have thought. But then, just one short
But you get some milk and some vanilla in there and the right amount of sugar, and it tastes like the most delicious grass you've ever had.
he took the many spheres collected by the Seekers and hoarded them all to himself.
Or strawberry. Goes great with strawberry. Goes great with mango.
Who had hoped to use the spheres as a
Mango matcha is nuts. So good.
What awoke in Tremor's heart that drove him to do this, none can say, save Tremor himself. I should very much like to ask him.
But matcha is very much an acquired taste. It's very rare that people like matcha on the first try. Unless it's like perfectly presented to them.
Yet surprisingly, a great number
Or they already like other similar flavors.
Their motto was one thing at a time.
You've only had it once and you did like it. But yeah, it tasted like grass. Yeah.
Fears of the rapid changes sweeping over Spira. It gave them something to cling to.
You got 10-2 and 10 events confused? Okay. That's understandable.
Still harbored ill will toward the name of the Heaven. And the man who united them, it was none other than Nuge, the Maven, that is, leader of the Youth League. Nuge was a member of the Crusaders. He is a powerful man, once renowned for
There's a lot of proper nouns that I don't remember.
his interest in history led him to devote himself to the Seeker's cause.
I feel like I'm definitely going to get something for listening to this whole story, but I am actually enjoying it and interested in it.
Would share them with no one. Repulsed by what New Heaven had done, Nuge gathered like-minded
Isomar.
people and formed the Youth League. Drawing its support mainly from Spira's younger generation, the League soon matched New Heaven in size.
Yeah, he's the lore master of FF10, and I'm all about the lore.
So did the responsibilities of its leader. I came here hoping to speak with Maven Nuge, but he is busy in meetings, and I was turned away at the door.
Look at that purple water out there.
Looking at all the young
Grape soda ocean.
that take part in the League's endeavors,
Soda ocean.
I must say,
What you know about it?
quite envious. So much energy, so much time.
No more, I'm begging you.
I, on the other hand, have grown weary with the passing of many years.
Yes.
I travel Spira, gathering knowledge,
Spira.
only to have it slip my mind a moment later. Just between you and me, I don't even remember how old I am.
I wonder how much of this character is just this person's voice, and like how much they have to like lean into it and play into it in order to do this character.
If it's not too much trouble, to touch just once the hand that defeated sin.
Oh, he wants to touch Yuna's hand. That's a little awkward. I don't think so. Alright, yeah, you can touch my hand, old guy. Oh.
Now this old scholar can go in peace.
Don't say that.
Your hand.
Is something wrong?
No, it is nothing. Lady Yuna, you have my thanks.
Does it not work if you tell him to stop? Does it just keep going, SNES? Should I have engaged with those? I didn't get anything. I'm really surprised.
You'd like to.
Wait, is there... Okay, are there more stories? Or is he gonna do the same thing again?
There sure do seem to be a lot of weirdos around here. The Youth League is a motley bunch. Some members certainly have, questionable pasts.
Oh.
Just the other day, a very valuable sphere was stolen almost as soon as we discovered it. The Thief League? No. No, few here would go that far. Most of us are very devoted. We work hard with Maven Nuge towards our goal of building...
Yeah, no achievements on PS2.
But the Maven insists that none be turned away, and so the occasional bad seed does slip through. Unfortunately. But I can think of nothing more heartening than were the Lady Una to join our cause. That would do the League much good. I'm very sorry.
Still can't go in, though. I'm tempted to talk to him again because I feel like there's got to be some reward associated with it. If he starts saying the same thing, I'll try to interrupt him and see what happens.
These past 2 years have been truly tumultuous. With sin defeated and the Evans' terrible deception exposed for all to see, why, I would be delighted. The Seekers scoured Spira for ancient spheres.
This feels like different text.
Crannies. They studied the images recorded in those spheres.
The idea that we're interrupting him to tell him to keep going is really bizarre. But that is actually like a Japanese cultural thing.
Search for spheres grew quite popular. Some even pursued it as a profession. They, of course, are the sphere hunters, the good,
Hi, Gobi.
bad, and the ugly.
Come here.
To be sure.
Hi, puppy.
Are interested only in the excitement and
My sweet girl.
adventure of it all. But it is doubtful they comprehend the gravity of the search for truth. Very doubtful.
Doubtful?
Doubtful indeed.
Indeed.
Where was I?
Plop.
Founder of the Seekers was a man by the name of Tremor. Before the
Okay, this is the same story.
Tremor had been a priest in the orders of the Evan. With the Seekers, he had the perfect means of revitalizing Spira.
But it's like he's saying it in a different way.
I believe I shall. New Yevon would not release its spheres, yet surprisingly, a great number of people rallied to its cause. Their motto was, what? Nude was a man of
What was that?
He is a powerful
Gobi.
man, once renowned for his fearlessness in battle. His interest
Gobi, you're getting lots of attention today. Don't let it go to your head.
devote himself to the
Okay.
Seeker's cause.
High five.
With them, he worked
Good
to
girl.
collect spheres, but in the end, New Yevon would share them with no one. Only a little.
Nima, please. Someone shut a car door. God forbid.
These endeavors, I must say, I'm quite
That's enough, Nima.
so much energy, so much time. While I, on the other hand, have grown
Okay, let's see what happens if I tell him to stop.
pity.
Oh, pity. He just stops. Okay. Alright. I guess I was just wrong about that. Alright, we're gonna go back to the airship. Nima, please. We're gonna save first. So, let's take a look at our location list again. I feel very confident that we can do another, like, required location. Let's see. Because we went through Mushroom Rock Road, which is a 3-star, and that was super easy. So maybe... Oh yeah, and Beaconel is down to 2 stars now. Gagazette is 3 stars. Oh, Xanarkin Ruin was 4 stars, and now it's down to 3. So yeah, I think what we'll do next is we'll go to Beaconel, and then we'll check out, I guess, Thunderplane and Macalania. Maybe they'll go down to 2-star even. We haven't been to these locations yet. And then Xanarkand is like our next like story thing, and I feel compelled to like check out all the optional stuff before we go to the required stuff, because I don't really know how progression's going to work in this game. It seems like the floodgates are just open, But when we come back, we're going to go to Beaconell. I'm going to run another ad to get us back on the hour. I got to get the little guy set up with his lunch. I don't have to eat today. So when the 3-minute ad break is over, we'll be right back with gameplay. And then I'll just have to take a short little break when he finishes eating to put him back in his spot. And then we'll be good to go. Out to lunch is a thing of the past. No more out to lunch. No more having to take an extended break in the middle of the stream. Just one extra little break in the middle of the hour-ish. So, I don't have time for a prediction, but we'll be back in 3 minutes. See you in a few.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Falcon kick! Falcon punch! Falcon kick! Falcon! Falcon punch! Falcon! Show me your moves. Falcon kick. Keep it fire. Show me your moves. Falcon kick. Keep it fire. Falcon punch. Falcon punch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. Time up. Go. Show me your moves. Game set.
Another sudden death. Wow. And it goes to Captain Falcon again. No, the score is 3-5. I forgot to update it to 3-4. That's why it jumped from 3 to 5 after the last one. That was round 9. So Captain Falcon clinches the matchup. The score now 6-3. So Captain Falcon will be considered the winner of this matchup, but the overall points total still matters. So we're going to keep going for 2 more rounds. It would be important if Ness was able to get 2 more points on the board. Could still end up being a very tight one. So 2 more rounds to go before we switch characters to Kirby versus Yoshi. And now we're going to go over to the wide shot. I forgot to do this after the first ad break, like I said. Let me turn on the music here for a second. We'll swap over to the roaming mic.
Let's get
Oh no!
wide.
That doesn't work on this camera! There we go. We're wide. Wide for just a moment. You ever feel like your aspect ratio is just a little bit off, folks? Stretch it out. Embrace the width. Get wide. And you'll be back to normal before you know it. All right. Don't worry, Broken Quest. I got you. Yeah, I guess I need to set up wide to work on this screen as well. I can definitely do that. I need to leave a note for myself to do such. Let me write that down right now before I forget. These are all of my Magic the Gathering notes that I didn't even look at yesterday. Okay. Wide for Cam 2. We're going to set up wide for the wide shot. I'll set that up later today. I got set up with this new bot over the weekend. And I should have done that a long time ago. I was hesitant to ditch my previous bot because I had spent so much time getting it all set up that I didn't want to put that same amount of time in setting up the new one. But that was a foolish assumption because getting a newer, more modernized bot, it was actually way faster to set up all the same things that I had in the old one. And it can do so many more cool things as well. All right, let's do a spin here. Or wait, no, we're not doing a spin. We're doing a snack tasting. I'm all turned around. We did the spin earlier. We didn't do the thing that the spin triggered. We're not spinning. You don't get a spin for free. We did a makeup spin for yesterday for Gad, and we landed on snack tasting, and that's what we need to do. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna get the wheel off the screen. And let's take a look at what's in the snack log today. I think I'm gonna once again forego savory because I'm still pretty full from my lunch earlier. And let's look for something sweet. The last time we did a sour snack, so maybe let's do a chocolatey snack today. Let's see, what are we feeling? That sounds really good. This sounds really good. Let's do this one. This one's been in the rotation for a long time. We're gonna taste a very special Tony's bar. Tony's is a phenomenal chocolate brand. One of the best when it comes to like all the ethics stuff, like carbon footprint and the sourcing of the chocolate. And they teamed up with Ben & Jerry's, another very high ethics company, and did a collab on a couple of chocolate bars with Ben & Jerry's. Yeah, our resident Vermontian piping up for Ben & Jerry's. But yeah, Tony's makes great chocolate bars. Aside from their good ethics and business practices, they make really good chocolate. It's a pretty easy to find brand when it comes to like higher grade, I guess. They're not like the fanciest of the fancy, but they're definitely way, way better than what you will typically find in a grocery store. And you could probably find some Tony's in your local grocery store. I got this one at an airport of all places. An embarrassingly long time ago. I'm not going to tell you how long ago I got this. But this was a special collab that they did with Ben & Jerry's. I think they did 3 flavors, maybe just 2. This one is called A Chocolate Love Affair. Ben & Jerry's has joined our mission to end exploitation in chocolate. We've created this ice cream inspired bar to celebrate their commitment, featuring Tony's Chocolonely's dark milk chocolate, whatever that means, and crunchy brownie pieces. There we go. So yeah, this is the good stuff right here. when you're tasting a chocolate bar, always do the smell test. You want to pick it up off the shelf, get right up in there, and smell around anywhere the packaging is sealed. If you smell chocolate, that's a bad sign. It means that air is getting out, which means that air is getting in. And when chocolate gets exposed to air, it blooms, it goes stale, it loses some of its punchy flavor. It's still safe to eat. It's not necessarily spoiled, but it really, really hurts the shelf life and makes it just not as appetizing. That's when, when you see a piece of chocolate that's all like white and kind of like marbly, that's called bloom. So if you can't smell the chocolate through the wrapper, that usually means that the seal is pretty good and it should be, fresh. Inside the wrapper here, we have a bunch of like wholesome mission statement type stuff. I'm not going to read this all to you. We're here for the chocolate. It's great that they're, doing a good thing. But obviously there's a lot of very problematic practices in the chocolate industry in the name of like keeping prices low for, the capitalist consumers at the expense of things like, child labor and other really unethical practices. So Tony's is a very outspoken company about making sure that they don't do those things and find other ways to make their chocolate affordable or encourage people to pay a little bit more for ethically sourced chocolate. And then you also have brands like Endangered Species, which is one of my favorites, where they use a certain percentage of their profits to donate to wildlife conservation. All right, so I'm gonna tear this open here. What's going on there, little guy? You doing all right? He's in the middle of his lunch. Maybe he's jealous of my chocolate bar, even though he's never had chocolate. All right, now Tony's is famous for having really weird asymmetric pips and also just massive chocolate bars. I'm gonna give you guys a close-up. Look at, oh, I forgot to turn the music on, I'm sorry. Silent Prison. Look at these pips. One like miniature chocolate bar that says Tony's on it and all these other like weird shapes. It's really fun, but it's also like super hard to eat. And they're so big. This is such a massive, massive chocolate bar. It's a great bargain for the price, but they can be really hard to break apart. It can get a little bit messy. So I'm gonna break off a couple here. Here we go. Okay, so to recap, this flavor is called Dark Milk Chocolate, and then it has brownie pieces. I think it said it was like 42% or something like that. So maybe dark milk chocolate just means that it's like kind of in between. The other Ben & Jerry's bar is white chocolate strawberry cheesecake. And I definitely opted for this one. I'm not a huge white chocolate fan. It's usually a little too sweet for me, especially with like the strawberry cheesecake flavor. That's pretty intense. All right, let's give this thing a taste. Yeah, okay. It's very good. It's very good. It's very creamy, which is definitely a quality of the milk chocolate. I have a strong preference for dark chocolate over milk because milk chocolate kind of gives me this like scratchy sensation in my throat a lot of the times that I think is that must be from the dairy that I don't super like. And it's usually just on the sweeter side, and I like the more bittersweet dark chocolate. But dark chocolate is not like creamy. It kind of like breaks apart into little micro pieces and can almost be kind of like powdery sometimes because it doesn't have as much of the like cocoa butter or milk in it. So this is kind of a nice in-between. You get the like soft creaminess of milk chocolate, but it's not like sickly sweet or sour like it can sometimes be. And I guess that's because they're kind of cutting it with dark chocolate, or they're just kind of like using less milk, which makes sense if it's like 42%, you know. Usually the chocolate I go for is like really dark, like 75, 80%. I like the really bitter stuff. It starts to almost kind of taste like coffee. And then the little brownie pieces in there are crunchy. There's little crunchy bits in there. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to pick out the brownie flavor when you're just tasting chocolate, you know? Like, that's a very specific thing. Like, brownie is not just a flavor, right? Brownie is like a thing. Or like cookie, you know? It's kind of hard to make that into a flavor. I can definitely imagine the brownie flavor amongst the chocolatey flavor, but it's mostly left up to my imagination. It's mostly just crunchy chocolate, but it's very good. Dark chocolate's a little bit too bitter for you. You don't like overly sweet things either, but you have a lower tolerance for bitters. That's fair. I definitely lean towards bitter, salty, and sour side of the spectrum versus sweet. Like I can like Shane said, like I enjoy sour in the extreme. Like I can go. But when it comes to sweet and spicy, those have to be done with a delicate touch for me. Like I like sweets, but it has to be balanced, and I can't just do sweet on sweet on sweet. But I can eat like ridiculously salty things or ridiculously bitter things and still enjoy them, even though they're not super balanced, if that makes sense. You like toffee and caramel chocolate. Yeah, those are good balancers, for sure, SNES. Because caramel can have that kind of like, caramel can be very sweet, but if it's good caramel, it's also kind of like smoky and like a little bit salty. And toffee as well is kind of like a little bit savory, like buttery, you know, fat, salt, a little bit flavor, and that can help balance out the sweetness of the chocolate, which is very, very good. And of course, sea salt. I love sea salt in a chocolate bar. That's a great balance. Salty and sweet is that like classic speedball, you know? It really makes your endorphins go wild. You lean bitter and sweet, but not sour. Salt you prefer in moderation. Yeah, it's cool how there's all these different like equal pillars of flavor, and you can kind of just lean whichever way you want depending on your preferences. There's not necessarily like a give and take, if that makes sense. Like it's like a joystick. Imagine a joystick. You start in neutral position, and then, you know, like sweet and salty are probably opposite points, and then, you know, you've got like bitter and sour and spicy or whatever, and you can just kind of like lean your taste joystick in one direction. And maybe it likes to go all the way towards one of the cardinal points and just a little bit towards the other. Flavor is very fun and interesting. Like, you don't have to enjoy something in a balanced way if your preferences don't dictate it. And like, there's almost no rules with the combinations, right? Like, sweet can work with salty. It can work with sour. It can work with spicy. You can have salty spicy. You can have salty sour. That one would be pretty hard to pull off, I guess. You know, bitter, sweet. Almost all of them work with sweet. That's like the magical power of sweet. It's like the type O blood of the flavor palette. It'll mix with anybody. Yeah, it's like a hexagon stat shape from a Pokemon game. Exactly. Exactly. All right, thank you for joining me for that snack tasting. Let's go back over to the PS2 screen, shall we? Welcome back. We're gonna go to Beacon Desert. Let me switch mics so I can get this thing off. Not yet, Gobi. It's not your turn. You gotta wait until he's done, okay? When little guy finishes, you'll get your lunch, okay? You gotta wait a little bit longer, sweet. Part-time diggers. With Gippel's letter, we're good for helping them excavate that desert. Hold it high and proud. Hold what? Your face? The sphere? The treasure? And now I get to put that Tony's bar in a Ziploc and throw it in the fridge and work on it over the next several weeks.
Beaconell Island.
This is an island?
This is where the All-Bed's beloved home stood until 2 years ago.
Ah, yes. An annoying...
Most have moved on, but a handful of All-Beds still live here today. They say countless machina lie buried under the desert sands.
Little guy's almost done.
Leave the trailblazing to me. I don't think that sand dune used to be there.
Where are we? Is there a mini-map? I can't move yet. Oh, I can move. There's just no mini-map. So I guess I have to just follow Riku like she's a Poe. Okay, hold on. The little guy's basically done. So I'm going to get him all set here and feed the puppies real quick. And I'll be back in less than 3 minutes. I'm just going to put you over to the BRB screen. No ad or anything. Be right back. All right, we're back. I'm gonna put this chocolate bar in a Ziploc real quick before I forget. If you don't eat all of your chocolate bar in one sitting, Ziploc is a great solution. And put it in the fridge. It will last longer. Okay. So we're in the desert. It looks like Riku is going to be our Poe guide. Because we have no map or mini-map. I think this is a perfect situation to use Assault. You feel better now, Bobo? You got your snack? I'm assuming Berserk also increases my attack, but I guess that's not necessarily always the case. But increasing your speed is basically increasing your attack. Let me check my abilities really quick. Haven't been paying attention. Okay, we'll just go ahead and let Fiend Hunter happen. And then I think I'll do Birds and Wasps next, actually. We're still working on Kira. Oh, I don't care about Demisword at all. This seems way better. We'll go for Delay Attack. And then maybe I'll switch Pain away from Warrior for a little while, because she's full up. Obviously, we don't want to waste AP. Riku just standing there is really funny. Oh, look at this guy. I remember these guys. Primthurs? What a name. Ah, I see. That's where we use those. Let's scan him. The Yeti guys. These were in like a snowy place before you fight that big ski tank or whatever. Primthurs. What a name. A ferocious brute that lives for the chance to pummel foes. Its simple mind is focused solely on the thrill of battle. So this is considered an ogre. Let's do Power Break, because he's doing a lot of damage. Got him. I feel like it's not a coincidence that Yuna looks like a Wildberry Pop-Tart. It's so, like, dead on. Like, they opened up a Wildberry Pop-Tart in Paint and used the eyedropper tool to pick the colors for this outfit. It couldn't be more dead on. Let's see, we have Machina and Mechs. Let's do Assault here. I'm scared of these fly eyes. They killed us a bunch. I definitely like this playstyle of focusing on one dress sphere for a little while and then switching to another one, rather than like trying to constantly switch over during battles and like managing your current ability learn for each different dress sphere for all three characters. I'm sure you could like really optimize some things by playing that way, but it's just more than I want to think about this game. At least currently. Riku, it kind of feels like we're just running in a straight line, girl. You sure you know where we're going? I can see like 3 miles in that direction, and I don't see anything. Okay, we're gonna go straight to Assault here. It also seems like Assault can't, like, fail or miss, which seems really important. Okay, we got Kira. That's excellent. That keyboard guitar sound is so iconic in a weird way. Okay, Riku learned Kira. Oh, Kiraga unlocked. Very nice. That would be nice, but I think we should get life first. That's an important one. And then I think we'll also learn Vigor before we learn Kiraga. Why am I not moving? Yuna, what are you doing? Riku's getting away. What's happening?
Riku, you do know the way, right?
We're so cavalier about just being in the middle of the desert.
We in trouble?
Wow. Uh-oh. A little hot out here. Time to dig a hole. And wait for nighttime. Picket? Pain navigating the desert in those heels is iconic. You're right, Lee. How are you? Yay, we got found by some Fremen. I mean Albed. That sounds like Tom Kenny. Oh, we got another letter. Nice. It's locked. That's weird. This guy walking around in circles. Stuff like this always happens. I found this treasure chest in the Central Expanse, but I dropped the blasted key. Okay. So, I'm gonna write this down. Albed hover site. Oh, whoops. I can't write on that line. Albed hover site chest key is in Central Expanse. It's locked, so I can't score. Thank you for lurking, Lee. Appreciate it. Who? Nadala is out on a survey. Okay. It's funny how some of them just only speak Albed to you, but everyone else is like, yeah, I speak the regular language. What have we have here? Wannabe diggers? Not yet. Not yet. I want to talk to everybody else before I dig. Oh, we have a scene. Who's this guy?
We had to move the camp to escape a sandstorm. We could have looked forever and never found it.
Oh, what?
Sounds like there's a big sandstorm coming in.
Darude.
It's probably too big for the ship to handle.
I guess we won't be leaving the way we came.
So we're trapped here until we complete this. This is probably what that translates to. Surveying the Western Expanse, Southern Expanse, and Central Expanse. Survey results. Western Expanse is relatively safe. That's where the base camp is. Okay. Southern Expanse is the Oasis and is not particularly dangerous. Okay, let me write this down too, actually. West Expanse, base, low level. South Expanse is Oasis, safe. And then Central Expanse is vast and danger. Oh, and there's a sandstorm in the south. Safe, but sandstorm. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I will tell you more about the Oasis some other time. Okay, thanks. Good to know. So are we in the Western Expanse right now? Alright, now we're going to tell this guy that we want to dig. You're going to need Nautila's permission first. Okay, so where is Nautila? I already forgot. Oh, that's probably her. Yeah, sorry, I can't hear the word sandstorm without thinking of Darude. Cool ship. Can I go talk to her? Where is she? I guess I should hit this save point too. Oh, you're a shop. Okay. We have never bought anything in this game. Couple of accessories. If a third accessory slot isn't a thing in this game, I don't know, man. Where did she go? Is that her? Ah, there she is.
I'm busy, so make it fast, okay? I've got lots to excavate and no one to do it.
Uni, show her Kipple's letter.
Ah, so you're the new guys.
That's us. Nice to meet you.
I guess the High Summoner's hard up too. Well, don't be expecting any special treatment.
Right.
Let's get to it then. Here's where we are. And here is where you're headed.
Oh, but it's so far.
We'll send you out there by hover. Go talk to the pilot about it.
Mission time. Dig up the Machina parts that Nautila asked you to find in the desert. Transport them safely to camp. Okay. Sounds simple enough. Alright, we're going to the Western Expanse. We have a partner. Oh, the robot. It says, "Hey, sweet cakes." Alright, Pickett. I do love a robot with personality, though. Very Star Wars. Okay, excavate treasure buried in the vast expanses. Refer to the map guide for various information. X is item. Yellow X is a mission critical item. And then the square is where our hover is. Picket, more like pervit. Wow. Staying out under the scorching desert sun for too long can be dangerous. As soon as you found what you're looking for, head back to the hover before the time limit in the bottom right corner reaches 0. Picket will warn you if you stray too far from the hover. The Gullwings aren't always the ones out looking for treasure, so you have to move fast. Okay, so I'm assuming picking up the non-required treasure is going to be tricky. How do I dig? Just press X. Just mash the X button. Oh, this one's a battle? Is my timer gonna run while I'm in battle? Because we're so dead, if so. Okay, it looks like we're okay. I love Riku just kind of keeping everybody topped off. She wasn't doing that much damage as a thief anyways, so... The clock does run while you're opening the chest, though, so that's a little spooky. God, every time the screen breaks like that, I'm expecting to hear the FF10 battle theme. Like, every time, still. We'll go Assault on this one. Whoo! That was a lot of damage. I guess the only thing that's a little bit scary about the Assault Berserk is that we don't get to choose our target anymore either. So it's probably better suited for single target fights. 3 Phoenix Downs. Okay, we're right on top of this thing. Get back to the hover before time expires. Oh yeah, and we have to get back to the hover before the time runs out too, so that's also spooky. Ooh, just barely made it.
Just what we needed. You're good.
Thanks.
Don't let it go.
She's like, I expected you to suck.
Here, your reward.
Yes! Thank you.
Mission complete. 100 gil. Oh, when you have a rank as well. Still of Night garment grid. Is that a Whitesnake reference?
You here to dig?
Oh, I'm here to dig.
Head over to the hover when you're ready.
You better believe I'm here to dig. Also, I'm gonna save scum to get a perfect score because that's how I'm gamer.
Come back anytime you like.
No, I'm not leaving. I guess that's just her letting us know that we can actually leave now if we want. I wasn't trying to leave. I was just trying to save. Doo-ba-doo-dee-doo. And also, we're one save wonders in this game too, so save scumming is limited. Where can I take you? How do I dig? What a response. Will you wear wigs? Okay, we're gonna start over here. No, I'm not giving up. Whoa, that's a spooky guy. Hello. Attack. Or actually, Sentinel. Scan. Pray. Can we learn about you? Curse and Sleep. So I'm assuming these are the this is the list of statuses that they are susceptible to, not the ones that they're immune to. So this is a lightning enemy. It's weak against ice because it's a dragon. Let's go assault on it. We should be fine. It's very strong, though. Alright. Hard and fast. Glass cannon, baby. Whoo! Big number. We love big number. Okay. Fast, 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 fast. Go. There's one way out there? How am I supposed to get that? There's no way to increase my overworld movement speed, so... It's gotta be possible. Pain is dead! What the heck? And I don't have life yet. Did he land a crit or something? That was nuts. Now Yuna's dead. Okay, we gotta get rid of this dog that's buffing itself. Alright, there we go. That moment when prey doesn't save you. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to try to get that X that's by the ship on the way back. This is gonna be very tight. This mob again, don't like it. Okay, so we know to go after the dog first, because it can raise its attack. Oh, it must have an instant death attack. That must be what that is. Yo, Alex, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, nice. We got the cure right at the end there. Okay, I think we're good. It's gonna be a little bit close. Oh no, we're not good. We're gonna have to skip this last one. Wait, I was there. I was there. I was what? Okay, I said I was gonna do it. We're gonna reset. I want a perfect record. For no reason. We're gonna do that one again. Until we don't fail. Yeah, drinking some tea, Alex. Not exactly hydrating, but, you know, it's made from water, right? You sipping on something yourself? Got a puppy snoring down there. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Probably not. That little guitar riff reminds me of one of the songs from Battle Tanks. Any Battle Tanks enjoyers? That was like the go-to sleepover game back in the day. I did not like competitive multiplayer games growing up, other than like Mario Party and Smash Bros. Because I was like, for one, I was very competitive, and I was usually pretty good at not being a sore loser, but I really liked to win. So a lot of times I would intentionally avoid competitive multiplayer games because I knew that I wasn't going to win, or that if I knew that if I didn't win, there was a chance that I might get like pouty about it, and I didn't want to do that. Like I couldn't stop myself from being petty or pouty, but I could stop myself from engaging altogether. That was like the level of presence of mind that I had during those years. So I loved co-op games. So whenever like one friend would come over to like sleep over, it's like, well, instead of like playing a competitive game with you and getting mad and then being mad at you for the rest of the sleepover while we're trapped in the same room together, let's play a game where we can work together and be friends. And you could do co-op campaign in battle tanks. So it was like the perfect sleepover game. And you could beat the whole campaign in like an hour and a half or 2 hours. So it was like the perfect length. If somebody's just like coming over for a little while, you could just like beat the game together. It was very satisfying. And it was also one of those good ones where like you as like the person whose house it is who knows the game really well, it's kind of fun for you to like walk them through it. Like, oh yeah, go over there. There's a secret over there, you know? Wait, who is out there walking around? Who is this? Who's that? Is this like another NPC like picking up treasures? That's wild. I did play a lot of Mario Kart as a kid, yes, and it did ruin a lot of friendships. I think I was usually a pretty good sport about Mario Kart, but maybe that's because I was usually winning. There was definitely a point in my life, there was a point in college, especially, that I distinctly remember, where... Oh, I should have saved. Oh, I can see who I'm playing against. I see. So I can battle them and make sure that they don't pick up the treasures instead of me? This doesn't look like a guy, though. Oh, wait, we gotta go after the dog. The dog is scary. Yeah, there was a point in college where I was getting people together to play Mario Party 4, because that was like the one that I had, but it was also like my favorite and the one that I had played like 1,000 hours of. And I was like completely untouchable at Mario Party 4, and I would literally win every time by like a ridiculous margin. And one of my friends legitimately, like, after one of the games was like, I'm not playing this game with you anymore. Like, we're still friends, I love you, but I'm not playing this game with you anymore. Don't invite me to play this game with you anymore. And I was like, okay, fair enough. You've made it very clear. And everybody else, like, after that friend said that, I think it was kind of one of those things where, like, everybody was thinking it, but they were the only one that had the guts to say it to my face. And everyone else was kind of like, yeah, let's not play this anymore. Let's find a new game. Like, we're still friends, but it's not fun playing this game with you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fair. So yeah, there's like another person out here stealing the treasures from me. That's really wild. Okay, that was nice. Must have got a crit or something. Too easy. But yeah, I was usually that annoying friend. Not necessarily with Smash Bros. In like my very insulated group of friends, that was me with Smash Bros. But like in the grand scheme of things, I'm not that good at Smash Bros. I could never like I could never touch like a competitive player. But amongst like, you know, casual friends who had played the game less than me, obviously I was better than them. Because I would like sit there and play it at home by myself, and you know, they only played it occasionally with friends. But that game, we could also find like creative ways to play the game a little bit more cooperatively. Like we would do like the custom stage mini games that were really popular. That was a super popular meta with Brawl that we would do. I don't know if I have time to get this, but I'm gonna go for it. No, I don't. I don't have time for it. We're going back. Your relatives play Smash with you for fun. That's pretty cool. I could never imagine playing video games with my relatives. I was very inspired to play certain video games by my next oldest cousin on one side of my family. And he introduced me to a lot of cool video games, and I liked watching him play video games. But we never played video games together. And I think I knew very well... Nah, we didn't make it. I knew very well that he would destroy me at any video game. Alright, we're gonna have to just take that loss, because I don't want to redo the last one. Let me save again. So much for a perfect record. We're gonna commit to the non-perfect score. I don't care. I would have stuck with it if I had remembered to save, but it's not that important to me. So I guess we have to complete all of the digs in the Western Expanse. I wish I could just beat that guy up, you know? And take all the treasure.
Leave it to me.
But I guess as long as we get the, as long as we get the required item, we can just take the rest as gravy. Because it doesn't seem like the extra items are anything to write home about. I doubt they're, like, really good missable items. Maybe they are, but... Obviously, when we get to the Central Expanse, it's going to be a different story, because we're going to be looking for that key. But I got to assume that it's not missable. So he's going to the right, so we'll just go to the left. Yeah, sometimes these are battles, too, which really blows. But it seems like they've mostly been, like, potions and Phoenix Downs. So, not a huge deal. Let's assault this Yeti. This desert Yeti. So if we pray before we get berserked, we still get the prey off. Secret high potion? What? My man just healed himself 1,000. That was wild. How is he doing that? He's got second level magic too, but it's very weak. Don't you potion again. So the Berserk seems to last a lot longer than the haste. So that's definitely a bad aspect of this assault ability. We'll want to make sure that we only use it when we can, like, maybe when we're, like, confident that we're on the brink of victory, and that's, like, our finishing blow. It probably won't work to do entire battles that way. There we go. I don't think that guy even has 1,000 health, so he just like fully healed himself twice. Ooh, we got a mega potion from that. Oh, the ice got me on that one. Spilled on myself a little bit. It's embarrassing. And I don't have a pro towel for some reason, so I have to use a Kleenex. I gotta make sure I don't exit out of this menu. Because it'll start running my timer again. That went right down my shirt. Now I have sticky tea on me. Oh, we're heading back. Alright, that one was easy. This dig is over. So how many of these are there? Maybe the fact that there's no... Oh, there's the yellow X. Alright, we might be able to get a lot of these. And I swear we've gotten some of these required items multiple times. Ooh, an Albed Primer. Okay. That's pretty exciting. So it looks like they don't know when we take the items. Like they have to check the X to realize that there's nothing there. Oh, dang it. Riku's dead. Gobi is snoring so much. Okay, power break, please. Give me this Kira. Oh. Oh, but we all lived. Whew. Just barely. Nice dodge. Let's do that again. Oh yeah, and I need to switch to a new ability set. Because Riku learned life. And she's probably learning some stupid thing that I don't want her to learn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 Gil. Man, you do not get a lot of money in this game. Okay. Abilities. We've almost got scan level 2, so we might as well just let that happen. Oh, I need to run an ad. It's 3 o'clock. Okay, let me go ahead and run that. I'll get my abilities reset, but I won't close out of the menu until we're back from the ad. No prediction. It got away from me. See you in a few minutes. Dang, the Cap is kind of running away with it here at the end, guys. Was Ness just getting lucky early on? The score now 3-7 in favor of the Cap. Pretty commanding victory at this point. A couple of those were just, you know, getting first blood in a sudden death. So maybe Ness is getting robbed. But the numbers aren't looking good. One more round to go with Ness and Captain Falcon before we switch over. All right, let's get back over here. Welcome back. I figured out what skills I wanted to set next at the very beginning of the ad there. And we're back. Despite all the issues with this game, it does have the best use of the ATB system in the franchise. You wish they would revisit ATB in FF17? Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, Shane. ATB has been a very hot topic lately. Oh, I'm dead. Let's use our new life spell. Yeah, these guys must have an instant death chance on their regular attack. Hence the Killer Hound name. Yo, what's up, Halo Killer? Welcome in. How goes FF10? 10-2, you mean? Don't try to gaslight me into thinking that this game is FF10. I'm not sincerely accusing you of that, by the way. Wildberry Pop-Tart Yuna. Can't get over it. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up ATB, Shane, because it's been a very hot topic of discussion lately. Kyo was gushing about Claire Obscure last night on his stream, and it's been a very popular game since it came out. Sounds like it's a phenomenal game, but there's been some really toxic and annoying discourse sparked by Claire Obscure as well, which is really annoying. And it's mostly on, you know, social media sites that I don't go on anymore because all the discourse there is pretty toxic. But there's been this weird thing happening in the, I guess, RPG community, where there's like this weird like gatekeeping and elitism going on, and people are saying like, oh, Claire Obscure is a great game and I love it, which is like a very positive thing to say. But then they're like simultaneously saying like, too bad every other RPG sucks. Or like, oh, it's better than like the RPGs that it's iterated on, you know, and they're like despairing against Final Fantasy. And there's this weird argument that has started happening that my friends tell me has always existed, but I have never run into it before. And it's this argument where people are fighting about what the definition of turn-based is. And it is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. Yes. Okay. Yeah. This is where I was going with that, Shane. You brought it up as well. It is the dumbest conversation I've ever seen. It's really, really stupid. There's all these people that have been arguing that Final Fantasy isn't a turn-based RPG, and that all ATB games are not turn-based, and that the only turn-based Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy X, because you can just sit there for as long as you want and not get attacked. And I guess also Final Fantasy 1 through 3. And that is literally the dumbest thing you could possibly say. And I will explain to you why. So if you are a person that believes that ATB Final Fantasies are not turn-based, just because you can't sit there and think for as long as you want, let me very succinctly tell you why you are wrong. Turn-based games are games that are based on taking turns, right? That's the definition of turn-based. Turn-based does not intrinsically include a definition that says you will have as long as you want to think about your turn. It just means that the game is based on taking turns. Okay? So, while an ATB game is different than a game that lets you think for as long as you want, it is still a turn-based game. Plain and simply. That's like saying that ATB Final Fantasy isn't turn-based is like saying that a potato isn't a vegetable, it's a potato. Like, it exists underneath the umbrella of turn-based. It is different, it is a subtype of turn-based, but it is absolutely 1015% unequivocally a turn-based game. Because the game is based on taking turns. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I will not entertain any counter arguments. Open and shut. And I have been able to engage with some people and change their minds about this.
You don't understand.
A car door has shut. Beware. Yeah, the FF hasn't been turn-based since FF4. Whew. Come at me, bro. Yo, welcome in, Draconics. Ooh, Defender coin. What is that? That sounds like an accessory. Alright, I guess maybe I should put a little more stock in getting these extra items. Man, these killer hounds are pretty annoying. It's a good thing we got the life spell, though. Oops, wrong target. Oh, and he's Oversoul? Great. Ah, dang it, cursor memory got me. Okay, now he's the only target. Just don't instant death me, okay? Oh yeah, Draconics, we're discussing how a bunch of really silly people are arguing about what games are turn-based and what aren't. And apparently there's this really common opinion that I have never heard before, that ATB Final Fantasies are not turn-based. And it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I'm on a mission to dismantle these people. Because it is like the most easily provable thing in the universe. So yeah, if you need any talking points to help me dismantle these arguments, if you're engaging in this discourse as well, or if you're a streamer and people are coming into your chat and saying these things, I have all the talking points you need. The vegetable isn't a potato isn't a vegetable, it's a potato one, works really, really well. That was the one that got Memory Carp to change his viewpoint. But if you need another good talking point, another good one is Pokemon. Because Pokemon is a very widely agreed turn-based game, right? And the counter-argument against the ATB Final Fantasies is that, oh, it's not turn-based because sometimes the enemy can get 2 turns on you before you get 1, so it's not turn-based, right? You're not strictly taking turns 1-to-1, so it's not turn-based. That's their argument. But what about in Pokemon when you change the speed stat of the Pokemon, or use a priority move? You might get 2 actions before they get 1. Does that mean that the game is no longer turn-based? Has the game stopped being turn-based in that moment? No, it hasn't. Yeah, exactly. You're still taking turns. Yeah, and then there's plenty of games where certain enemies get to go twice because it's like an intrinsic mechanic, or they just have really high speed. Do those games stop being turn-based when they get 2 actions in a row? No, they don't. The game is still based on taking turns. Therefore, it is a turn-based game. It doesn't have to be a strict 1-to-1 turn game in order to be turn-based. It is based on taking turns, which means that sometimes things can change up a little bit. It's not rigid. It is turn-based. Like, if a food, let's say a food is considered, well, no, that's not a good example. Let's say, what would be another good example for this? A good parallel. If you wanted to say, okay, this is kind of an obscure example, but it's the first one that came to mind. If you wanted to say a font was a serif-based font, but every letter didn't have serifs on it, would it no longer be a serif-based font? No. If most of the letters had serifs on them, you could still say that it is a serif-based font. But then if a true serif font had serifs on every single possible letter that can have serifs, you know, everyone but O or whatever, then that would be a true serif font. And that font would also be serif based because it's based on serifs. Somehow people have forgotten that things underneath an umbrella are still underneath the umbrella. Like, somehow there's this weird thinking that something that is a subtype of something is separate from its like overarching category. It's like saying Final Fantasy Tactics is the only tactical RPG, and that Fire Emblem isn't a tactical RPG. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and see, that's another interesting aspect of it, Halo Killer, is that, like, a lot of these people seem to just not like ATB, which is perfectly fine. You don't have to like ATB. If you prefer the unlimited time, you know, wait mode type of thing, where you can think as long as you want and you don't have to react quickly, or you don't have to worry about the enemy pot-shotting you while you think, that's totally fine if you don't prefer that. But just because you don't like it, you can't say that it isn't something. Yo, Clover, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you today? What were you getting up to? How are we doing, everybody? Street, nice to see you. What can I do for you? Y'all have come in at a great time. I was just having a little TED Talk with chat about the really annoying discourse that has happened post Clair Obscur, or I guess has cropped up post Clair Obscur, where there's these weirdo people that insist that certain... Oh my god, what is that? We are running from this. Well, actually, let's scan it. It has 1 billion HP. Angra Mainyu. Oh my god. This is horrifying. Okay, don't attack this thing. Pass your turn. We need someone to swap to thief so we can flee. Or I guess we can just use escape. I believe in you. Thank you, Shane. But no, we're not. we're not even about to try to take this thing on. I love that y'all are trying to talk me into it, though. Well, we got to see Payne's thief outfit. Bye, scary person. Claire Obscure Discourse, count me in. That was very scary. Okay, so we know that the red arrow is horrifying. At least we know that we can get away from that thing, though. But yeah, it's weird how Claire Obscure has made some RPG weirdos come out of the woodwork, I guess. It's like both good and bad. Like, people that have been away from RPGs for a while are coming back to it, which is really cool. But then there's just like weird, unnecessary elitism gatekeeping happening on social media, which I don't engage directly with, but a lot of friends and other Discords I'm in bring it to my attention. But yeah, this is not negative discourse about Claire Obscure. This is just like a sidebar that I've been seeing a lot and I feel really strongly about. ATB Final Fantasy games are 1015% turn-based games, and if you think otherwise, you are incorrect. I am sorry. You are incorrect. Yeah, I bet it scared you, Street. It scared me too. I have no idea what that is, King. Okay, so when are we done digging up the Western Expanse? You know? Like, can we just do this forever? Where's the yellow? I guess maybe we do it until there's no yellow? Maybe that's our indicator? Turn-based as opposed to what? Great question, Jiku. Welcome in, by the way. I think the discourse is like, these people with this viewpoint believe that games that have any sort of non-rigid one-to-one turn-taking mechanic are not turn-based. Rather than acknowledging that that is just a subtype, as you know, a subgenre that exists underneath turn-based, they are now insisting that the most pure turn-based structure is the only turn-based. And it's like a really annoying conflation. And, you know, just because an ATB game allows you to potentially be interrupted, that it isn't turn-based. And yeah, they're like, oh no, that's an action RPG, which is absolutely absurd. But yeah, if the game is based around taking turns, it is turn-based. End of argument. There are lots of different things that exist underneath turn-based. You have active mode, ATB. You have wait mode, ATB. You have strict turn-based one-to-one, like Final Fantasy X or Pokemon. But everything has little exceptions here and there. But it's all turn-based. See, SNES, I don't agree. I don't agree at all. The fact that you can be interrupted doesn't stop it from being turn-based. It makes it different from games where you can't be interrupted, but it's still based around taking turns. Expedition 33 is more focused around the party mechanic than the turns. Yeah, I haven't actually played it yet. I've seen like little snippets here and there. But I've wanted to avoid watching too much of it because I would like to play it someday, and I'm afraid I'm going to see more than I want to. Like, I've seen enough to be interested in the game, so that's kind of like where I should stop. Yeah, I think it would be really hard to find a turn-based game where it's not possible to be interrupted. Like, even something like Octopath Traveler, where you have an infinite amount of time to think about your turn, they can still do things to delay your turn, and you can still do things to delay their turn. So people can double up on actions, but you know, you're still taking turns. Even if the number of turns isn't equal, you're still taking turns. Yeah, Pokemon has flinches, it has priority moves. You know, it has like switch out moves, it has all manner of things. And like just switching Pokemon interrupts the turn flow. We're definitely getting repeat items as far as these special assemblies go. Your actions and enemy actions can both occur at the same time. Yeah, that's definitely a different aspect of it. I don't think that inherently stops it from being turn-based. It definitely becomes a little more nuanced, you know, when we're talking about something like Star Ocean or Tails, where you're actually moving your character around. That's not really... Like, you could sort of argue that that exists under turn-based, because you have like a hidden speed stat that determines the number of time between, or amount of time between your actions. I feel like that's not really a fight worth fighting, though. Like, that's pretty much an action RPG, even though it has a separate battle screen. Ooh, nice. Another Albed Primer. Yeah, attacks happening at the same time definitely muddies the water. I agree with that. So can different X's like pop up during the mission? I think so. Okay, don't accidentally attack the Fly Eye first. There we go. Whoop! Drop my mouse. Just trying to scroll up. Turn-based Dark Souls. That's an interesting take. These are some semantics I can't wrap my head around. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too, Darjeeling. Like, it can be, like, if you're doing it in a positive and constructive way, it can be a fun topic to, like, dig into. But if people are just fighting about it, it's not worth fighting over. You know, it's not worth fighting over like it's classical music or something. And there's all these like rich traditions that must be upheld. It's more important that games like don't feel too boxed in and just do experimental things that they want in the name of fun and art. If someone tried to tell me the ATB games were action RPGs, I think I'd strangle them to death. Yeah, and I don't know if that's necessarily the assertion that those people are making. The main argument that I see is just that they aren't turn-based. But I guess if they aren't turn-based, like, you're inherently implying that they are something else. So what are you implying that they are? And it seems like they would be implying that they're action RPGs. But yeah, that is absurd. We're picking up so many Albed Primers. We're gonna be fluent soon. Alright, let's go Assault on this thing. Because that'll help me catch up on chat. I love understanding nothing about this. It's so fun hearing stuff I don't know anything about. Well, cheers to you, mild.exe. What a great perspective to have. Nima's getting triggered by something. Oh, there's some thunder. Big thunder. Whoa. Okay, we aren't done with the stormy weather. It was beautiful outside earlier. But that was definitely some thunder. The real difference seems to be whether you can control movement on the field. Well, I think the real difference is whether or not the game is based on taking turns. In a very broad and general sense. Like, I know I keep coming back to this, but I really feel like it's self-explanatory. Like, if the main broad crux of the combat involves taking turns, then I feel like that's it. Maybe you can move your character around, maybe you can't. You know, there's some obscure RPGs where you move your character around a little bit on the field, but you still get kind of like locked in place when you take an action. And there's kind of like a hidden ATB. You know, I would still say those are turn-based games. It definitely gets a lot muddier when you're talking about something like Tales or Star Ocean. I would say those are just action RPGs. You would classify FF12 turn-based despite its free movement. Well, that's the other thing, too, is like, all the ATB games have an active mode and a wait mode. And wait mode takes away the ability to get interrupted. So that has to be, whichever side of the argument you're on, that's turn-based, right? Because you've taken away the interruption factor. Your ATB gauge and the enemy ATB gauges stop moving when you're in like a menu or whatever. So you can't be interrupted. And then only active mode is the, you know, the source of the argument. But yeah, I guess I would pose the question. Oh, no worries, Clover. Thank you so much for bringing everybody through. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you have a good rest of the day. We will girl gang to the best of our ability in your absence. Have a good dinner. But yeah, FF12 is definitely an interesting example to dig into. Because that one is like right on the line. But I guess the question I would pose is, if an ATB game isn't turn-based in your mind, what is it? And don't say ATB. What umbrella does it exist underneath? You know, don't say that the potato is a potato, not a vegetable. If you're convincing me that a potato isn't a vegetable, then what is it? If it's not turn-based, then what is it? Oh, I forgot to ask Clover if she's played Expedition 33. Yo, what's up, Bad Brain? 12 is real-time with pause. Yeah, active mode in FF12 is very not turn-based.
Here comes the hurt.
But yeah, at a certain point, it just feels like we're saying that like an indie rock band isn't a rock band because it isn't like, you know, that good old rock and roll. It's like, well, indie rock exists under rock. It's imposing a dichotomy that doesn't necessarily have to be true. Can you expand on that, SNES? Because I feel like ATB is not different enough from a rigid turn-based system to warrant being its own subgenre. So are you saying that it is different enough and it just stands alone as its own thing and it doesn't exist underneath any other category of game? Because that seems kind of wild. Like, we're definitely agreeing that things can exist. Wait, what? I hit the wrong thing. I didn't mean to return to the airship. We're definitely agreeing that a lot of things are like kind of murky and in between action RPG and turn-based RPG. But like, are you? That's different than there being like a definitive third pillar. You know? Like if there's a spectrum and one end is action RPG and the other end is turn-based, that's different than it being a triangle, you know, and then you have to plot yourself somewhere in the triangle. You're going to slightly torture yourself. You're going to 100% all the newer versions of Borderlands. Oh my god. Quest 64 lets you try and dodge attacks during the enemy turn. Yeah, that's an interesting one to think about too, GQ. Like, are games with, like, Sea of Stars and Mario RPG that let you, like... I guess it's the same as Expedition 33. Like, I don't think people would argue that that is not turn-based, would they? Going back to Beacon L. We have such a variety of games that it doesn't really matter. That's definitely a great stance to take, Lee. I fully support that stance. They don't have these discussions out of a right of honor for the game genre. They do it to put something else down. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point, too. And that's not really what we're doing right now. I think we're engaging in it very... we're humoring the conversation. We're not like we're not fighting each other, or at least I don't feel like we are. I'm sure some people are beleaguered and exhausted by this this conversation, but I'm enjoying it. I like hearing what people have to say. No one's being annoying about it. So when have I found enough stuff that I'm able to go to the other expanses? We keep getting these, like, unique collectibles. You got auto-flagged for typing in Albed. Oh my god, that's amazing. Alright, we can assault on this. There's enough of a difference between ATB and true turn-based games that if you have someone who's only played turn-based games play an ATB game, they will probably undeniably have a tough adjustment. Oh yeah, absolutely you'd have to adjust to it. Yeah, I totally agree with that, SNES. I don't think that means that it's a different... Like, that it's not under an umbrella, though. I don't think that stops it from being turn-based. It's definitely different. I'm not saying it's not different. It's absolutely a different thing. I just don't think that it's... I think insisting that it's different enough to not be called turn-based is absurd. We still take in turns. I think there are some people that would argue in the other direction, and I don't agree with this viewpoint, but they would argue to the other end of the spectrum and say any game that has a speed stat is probably turn-based. So they would be including stuff like Tales and Star Ocean, where there's like an invisible ATB gauge that determines how far apart your actions are. I don't agree with that. You don't like that argument at all? Why is turn-based the vegetable? Well, because it's a category, right? Turn-based is a category. It's a very broad term. Turn-based just means it's based around taking turns. It feels like a very broad term. Like, it feels much more broad than action RPG. It feels more broad than... certainly more broad than ATB, because that's like a proprietary... like franchise attached term. So I feel like vegetable is like a similarly broad category. You know, it has a bunch of other things that exist under it. You have like all these other subtypes of vegetables like gourds and starches. So I feel like it's a decent analogy, you know? That's where I'm coming from. We can all agree that video games just suck. Why is vegetable not RPGs? And then there's turn-based ATB action system as categories under that. I mean, we can make it. We can put the goalpost wherever you want, SNES. my point isn't about where the top and the bottom of the pyramid are. It's more about there's just not enough difference between these two things to say that they don't cohabitate in a category. If the category is at the top of the pyramid, at the bottom of the pyramid, I'm not going to fight over that. You think it's different enough? I mean, that's fair. If you want, if I'm not going to, I'm not going to stop being your friend because you think differently than me. Watching Jess play Chrono Trigger prove that to you? I mean, I see the through line of your thought, but for me, it boils down to the same point that I made initially. Like, Chrono Trigger is still based around taking turns, and even though it's a lot different than a strictly turn-based game like Final Fantasy X, you are still essentially taking turns. Like, that's like saying that soccer and hockey aren't both sports because the person who was good at soccer couldn't also immediately be good at hockey because they were so different. Like, they're very different, but they're still both sports. And again, maybe that's like a comparison that you don't think is fair. But I feel like it's very fair. Come on, give me Riku. Okay, that works too. Alright, I gotta heal before the next battle. Yeah, I'm not trying to imply that it's a binary. I'd rather imagine that turn-based and action RPG is like a spectrum that things exist upon. And that's why I feel like ATB and strict turn-based or true turn-based or whatever you want to call it exist very, very close together and not as disparate as some people want to imply. There we go. Oh, wrong way. Oh god, my monitor blipped. That scared me. You get frustrated when people treat bullet hell as top-level category of shmups instead of a subgenre. Yeah, that is a similar, like, elitism type standpoint, Jiku, I would say. Yeah, to say that, like, a bullet hell game isn't a shmup, it's a bullet hell, because they think that people who play other shmups aren't as good as them. But it's like, it's still a shmup. Like, yeah, it's different, but like, come on. The main focus of the game is to shoot 'em up. You're shooting things from a top-down perspective even. Yes, bullet hell exists as its own term, but it's still also a shmup. Oh no, it's this thing again. Run. It's interesting that we all three have to escape individually. Let's wrap. You agree the conversation is fun to have, but as you explained when we got onto it, it comes from discourse shudders. Yeah. Oh, D. Holmes has entered the ring. I wouldn't describe either as a subgenre, but ATB is real-time with cooldown and menus. It's not action because it doesn't involve any input except menus, but calling a real-time system turn-based is stretching the meaning of a word a bit much for me, even if it's very similar in how it plays. Interesting. So you would consider ATB real-time? I don't agree with that. I guess I can see like trying to separate action from real time, but that feels more hair splitty to me than like ATB versus turn based. How many do I have to do before I'm not in the sandbox league? Jesus Christ. We've done so many of these. ATB is different from turn-based, which is different from action. All right. I'm still standing firm over here. If you're still mostly taking turns most of the time, it's a turn-based game. And we can have more specific labels underneath. Great. I love being specific about what something is. You know, for me, it's like, is it a turn-based game? Yes. Okay, what kind of turn-based game? Is it a strict turn-based with unlimited time, no shot clock? Is it an ATB? Is it a little more action-y? What are we dealing with? It's like my same feeling about the term retro. You know, like this game is retro. It came out in 2003. It has very like modern-ish graphics. But then like Super Mario Brothers from 1985 is also a retro game. You know, and it's this really big umbrella that they exist underneath. And obviously we can get more specific about other categories that they fit into and like subcategories, but they're still both retro. And I feel like turn-based is an equally as wide net as retro. And I feel like it's also equally as non-rigid. Man, these guys suck. Phoenix down. I attacked the wrong enemy. You don't think turn-based is more broad than ATB? What? Hold on. Okay, this one is shocking. This one is very shocking. Okay, so clearly for SNES, turn-based is a very pointed and specific term that just means one-to-one turns, no interruptions possible. I do think there are people that argue that, D. Holmes, that any game with a speed stat is, like, arguable as turn-based. I don't personally subscribe to that viewpoint, but I feel like I see the through line just as much as on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, okay, how about a card game like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh? Those are turn-based, but you can perform certain actions when it's not your turn and interrupt your opponent's turn. Are those card games no longer turn-based? Because it's possible to interrupt your opponent with like certain cards or certain actions? Surely not. You know, and then the conversation becomes, is it a matter of defining to what degree you can be interrupted? There's so many different kinds of ATB systems, even within Final Fantasy. Do you feel like they're really that different from each other, SNES? Like, is FF4 that different from FF7 or FF9 with how the battle system functions? To the point where it's like a completely different genre of game that doesn't exist under an umbrella? Surely we can agree that at least ATB is an umbrella. Can we at least build a bridge there? If you want to say it's a spectrum, then that's fine. You definitely think they're in a category, you just don't think that category should be called turn-based. Okay, what do you think it should be called, D. Holmes? Oh no, Street, no, we can't conflate this conversation with gender. That's not going to go well. Combo-based? Wait, what would you describe as combo-based? That sounds like a completely left field different thing to me. All right, let me talk to some of these people around here and see if I can, like, do anything with these key items I've collected. Command menu RPGs. You agree with the spectrum argument, which is why I dislike phrases like, it's not turn-based. I would prefer, well, it's not wholly turn-based. Excel spreadsheet versus Slack conversation with consequences? What? No, that's too far out of my field of expertise to comment on. All games are either menu games or rhythm games. Oh, that one is a funny copy pasta. That's how Escape worked in FF10. It's kind of cool, I guess. Disc horse. Do I want the real answer for the digging? Not yet, but I might tap you for it at some point, Street. The lines are too blurred to keep calling them turn-based. Yeah, it sounds like we disagree on the definition of turn-based. Is the problem. Because for me, I think of turn-based as a umbrella and a very wide net. And it seems like other people think that turn-based is like a very microscopically specific thing, which is very interesting to me. Okay, the results for the Western Expanse are still the same, so it doesn't look like anything's moved there.
You know the drill. Head over to the...
Nautilus says the same thing. Okay, I'm guessing this is just a mini game I can do forever. And then maybe at some point we'll be able to do Central Expanse or Eastern Expanse. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat, but the battles were slowing me down. ATB, you were thinking of classic Square games where the enemy doesn't wait for your turn and will just attack before you. Other FF games where the enemy actually does wait for you to take a turn, which you think would be turn-based. Oh, SNES is on a work call. Thank you for letting me know, B. Let me out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hell. You see it as more of a feature of the mechanics, Pops? A lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games are structured like JRPGs, which you enjoy. Yo, what's up, Pops? How you doing? Twitch chat is turn-based. Good point, Broken Quest. Very valid. Arguing with strangers on a forum is turn-based combat. Same energy. You think there's an umbrella and ATB is its own thing. Yeah, I agree. I agree ATB is its own thing too. I wasn't trying to say that it wasn't, and I think maybe some people thought that I was trying to say that ATB wasn't its own thing. But I think people mostly understood we were just disagreeing about whether ATB existed under an umbrella or outside of an umbrella. And I've caught up on chat. Yes, I did see that Clover has played Expedition 33. I'll have to chat with her about it sometime. Turn-based means the enemy must wait for you to take your turn. That's really interesting. That makes it so narrow. Which I guess is fine. This also makes me want to circle back to the retro thing, because I've been beating this topic into the ground as well recently, where I am frustrated that the term retro is so non-specific and is such a large category now, and I want more sub-terms to exist to help clarify like different things within retro. And I've been trying to have this conversation with people on Twitch and in Discord, and most people are like, I don't get it, man. I don't understand what you're talking about. I was talking to Space Robot Arm about it, and he was like, what do you like? He was interested, but he was just having a very hard time finding his way to what I was thinking. But you know, like I said this earlier, like how this game is retro, and so is Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt. Like obviously, that's incredibly disparate and wide. Like, and you know, we can be more specific and say, well, this is a PS2 game, or it's from 2003, and we could say Mario is, it's an NES game, or it's from the first or the third generation of video gaming, or whatever. And that's great, but just what if we also had more? You know, what if there was a term to describe games released between like 1998 and 2003 but not necessarily tied to a specific console generation or genre. You know, we don't have that, but we have that for other things. We have that for like musical genres. We have that for like aesthetics, you know, like people talk about like Frutiger Arrow as like an aesthetic concept. And that's not limited to a specific year. It's not limited to a specific type of like product or media. You know, it like crosses all these different lines that other terminology wouldn't. And it would be cool if we had something like that for gaming. You know, it's like, oh, this is a Frutiger Arrow game, you know, and that could be something from the GameCube or the PS2 or the PS1, or it could be from the N64. You know, it like crosses these different console generations, and it exists. All of those games are retro, but not every game in retro is Frutiger Arrow, right? It's like a sub classification. I think it would be really cool if we had stuff like that. Because now, like, retro is so big. Like, for a lot of people, retro means 15 years old or older. Well, that's like 90% of every video game ever made. So we gotta be more specific. If you tell, especially like outside of Twitch, like if you tell somebody that you're into retro video games, like some random person at the grocery store, everybody's going to think of something different. They're going to think of, some people might think of Super Mario Brothers, or, you know, maybe they think of like Tetris. Maybe they think of Pac-Man. It's going to depend on how old they are and what games they've played and what they grew up with. Some people, if they play video games a lot and they play a lot of modern games, when you say retro, they might think of, you know, PS2, you know, and then you're like, no, I mean like Super Nintendo. And they're like, oh, that really old stuff, you know? So, but like if you walked up to someone in the grocery store and you said, I like indie rock, you know, that's like a super pointed term. And then, you know, you can talk about different bands and different albums or eras of indie rock, but it's so much more specific than if you said like, oh, I like rock music, you know? So I long for a world when we can be a little bit more specific and like get, like, obviously you want to have a conversation with somebody, and retro is a great conversation starter, but it'd be just, I don't know, as somebody who laments small talk a lot of the time, it'd be really cool if you could just get right to the heart of it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, now I'm behind on chat again. Yeah, the more time we have, the better terms we'll have. I agree. I'm hungry for it. Because it's definitely feeling like it's an issue now. Like, retro is so big. Even just in, like, the Twitch sphere. Alright, we're going to go back to the airship here. I'm going to open a prediction. We have another ad coming. This is going to be our final matchup between Ness and Captain Falcon before we move on. 2 minutes to make a wager. Captain Falcon has moved ahead, 7-3 now. There's been a couple of sudden deaths and such. He's moved ahead. Command Menu RPG is the text debate, where Action RPG is the verbal debate umbrella. That is more intellectual than I am currently capable of breaking down, SNES. I cannot agree or disagree with that. I'm failing to... I think I kind of see what you mean. But if text debate and verbal debate are specific terms, I don't know them. I like Command Menu RPG for the name of the umbrella, with turn-based and ATB being under it. Interesting. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I think the thing that actually ruffles my feathers the most, though, is turn-based being a super microscopic narrow term and not a wide term. Because I have like years of all these different games being referred to as turn-based, and so I feel like I'm kind of being like gaslit retroactively. Like, people have been calling Final Fantasy a turn-based game for 30 years, and I've never heard anybody disagree with it. So even though people tell me, oh, this discourse has always existed, I've never seen it before, and it's very new to me, so it's just like, wait a minute, we've been saying turn-based forever. Is KH command menu combat? That's clearly an action game. Yeah, I would call Kingdom Hearts an action RPG, 100%. You said you wanted to sit outside of console generations, but I feel like it kind of can't. The consoles themselves were what capped the way games progress and would like. I feel like PS1 era makes retro much more specific. No, yeah. Okay, Lee. I think using a console or a year range is a great way to be more specific within retro. I don't want those terms to go away. I just want to... I think it would be also cool if we had terms that were specific in different ways, because I feel like there are late PS1 games that are really similar to early PS2 games. And if there was like a term we could use to describe certain things like that, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Like, we have genre-specific terms, we have generation-specific terms. I'm asking for like a different way to be specific, in addition to those, not instead of. You don't consider FF7R fully action-based because it has the command-based aspect. Yeah, and that makes it more confusing too when you have games that have active versus wait. It's like, are the games two different genres in one because you can like pick which one you're doing? JRPGs might be an odd context to discuss the distinction, because the difference there is small compared to other genres. Difference between turn-based strategy and real-time strategy is gigantic. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, D. Holmes. I agree. But do you think I haven't played a lot of turn-based strategy games. Are all turn-based strategy games uninterruptible? Are they always one-to-one? Or are there some turn-based strategy games where an enemy can interrupt your action? Because then for me, it goes back to the card game question. You know, like if there's a card game where I can do something during my enemy's turn or my opponent's turn, is that game still turn-based because we're taking turns at the heart of it? RPGs pre and post FF7 are very different, even though they could have been on the same console as each other. That's a pretty wide net for sure. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, Street. Somewhat context dependent. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hold on, SNES. My mind is blown. So you still feel like turn-based is a wide term. Now I'm confused again about where you stand. You think turn-based and ATB could have further umbrellas underneath them? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always a layer deeper. I don't disagree with that at all. Okay, I gotta run this last ad. I'll catch up on chat during the break. Last one of the day. This is great. See y'all in 3 minutes. Yo, he clawed it back for one more. That was sick at the end when he like threw Captain Falcon into the bottom of that wedge with low percentage and he kind of fell down and he couldn't get back up. That was pretty sick. I mean, it sucked that it happened after Ness just died because he couldn't get his extension jump, but he clawed it back. All right, so we're going to close out this matchup with a score of 4-7, and we're now going to move on to a new matchup. Congratulations to the Ness believers. Let's get our scores tabulated here. So, Ness moving into 4th place overall for the moment. Captain Falcon further cementing his 2nd place spot in the rankings. And we're going to switch over to some new characters here, because for the next 11 ad breaks, we're going to be doing the matchup between Kirby in the red corner and Yoshi in the blue corner. But we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see the first matchup there. But we're going to go ahead and get our scores reset and our cards redrawn, because I'll forget. Nice payout for Shane. Right on. All right, Kerbal and Yoshel. There we go. All right, we'll check in on them tomorrow. One more hour of girl game before we have to stop. Okay. So we've been everywhere except for Thunder Plains and Macalania. Thunder Plains has moved down to 2 stars. So maybe we'll go there first. Oh yeah, we haven't been to Calmlands either, which is now down to 1 star. Oh, we didn't go to God. Well, there's a bunch of places we haven't been. Okay, I stand corrected. But our required location of Xanarkand has moved down to 2 stars, so we can definitely handle it. There's also a world where a lot of these other locations will become the required location later on. So maybe we just save some of them as unexplored because we're inevitably going to end up going there. That seems pretty reasonable. So maybe we can just go straight to Xanarkand for our last hour here and get some more story. I was going to save first in case I changed my mind. Is there a save point here? Yes, it's back here. I also need to kind of check in on like the abilities and stuff. Thank you for Sealed Lips, Street. Okay, let's check in on abilities here. Let's start learning some of these other enemy type killers. I don't need scan level 3. Target party members with scan. Why would I want to scan my party members? That sounds like fan service waiting to happen. We've almost got Kiraga. That's great. Ooh, cast time. We're definitely going to go after this next. And then maybe full life. And then I think Pain is probably... Yeah. Once Pain learns delay attack, we're going to move her on from warrior to something else. I haven't decided what yet. Let me save one more time. Choose your path and I'll let you know everything you did wrong once you finish the game. That sounds perfect. Mez! Mez, how are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Everybody go check out Mesmer. Very funny person. Very chill. Good times. Also a fantasy life enjoyer, so you know they're a good person. Welcome in, everybody. Nice to see you. We are playing Final Fantasy X-2 for the first time. And it is a ride, to say the least. Oh, that's very nice of you to say, Mez. I appreciate it. I haven't either, B. I haven't played Fantasy Life in like 2 weeks. I was so busy last week. I was like, I didn't realize it until it was over, but I was so consumed last week with getting like all the tactics VODs up and making my little watch guide video and everything, that I've been away from it for a while. And then I had like the board retreat 2 weeks ago, so that was a weekend that I couldn't spend on it. There's been a lot going on at the boys' household.
This is where we sat that night.
Ooh, this is significant.
I've never talked about it.
I
wanted to keep within me forever.
Fantasy Life is amazing, Pops. I like... That's so funny! This is the spot! This is where they filmed the shot where they all sat around the fire! This is sick! My god. That's so funny. Bunch of paparazzi hanging out. Why do they all know about this place? It's like, this is so meta. It's like all these people all played Final Fantasy X. Like, there's no reason to believe that anyone that actually lives in Spira knows that the 7 Guardians hung out at this spot. Like, why would anyone know that we were here? That's so dumb and silly. Treasure sphere waves have been traced to the Xanarkand ruins, once holy ground. Don't be the last sphere hunters to claim the prize. That is so funny. Mez, thank you again for the raid. The shout out went off, right? I got my new bot set up and the auto stuff. It looks like it's working. I see the links in the chat. I just didn't see the big Twitch shout out go through. What is this song? I love that they're all just hanging out here. Welcome to Xanarkand. Yo, Creative, welcome in. Nice to see you. The day's going well today. We're having some fun chats. We're splitting hairs. We're wait, what? I have to follow a specific path? What is going on here? Okay. I just can't walk past her. But yeah, we're having a great day, Creative. How are you doing? Congrats on the successful funding of your Kickstarter. I was very happy to hear that. Oh, you were playing with Mez. Return to Moria. What kind of game is that? I'm assuming it's Lord of the Rings, but... Oh, it's this guy.
You've changed so much, I hardly recognize you.
Oh yeah, it's you. Of course I remember.
It's good to see you again,
Isaru. God, I don't remember any of these games. Or any of these guys.
Why are you here?
It's a survival game. A group of dwarves digging back into Moria. So where does it take place in the Lord of the Rings timeline?
I guide people through Xanarkand, once the most sacred of places. People come from all over Spira.
It's like during the Third Age or after the Third Age? Sounds like you're reclaiming, so I'm assuming it's not before the dwarves lost Moria.
This is upsetting you. But this is a place of great historical importance,
That is a wild name, Street. I'm not saying either of those out loud. Even though one is a real word.
Never wanted anyone else to stand there.
Yuna?
Nothing. Forget it.
Wow, she's very protective of this location.
I must be getting to work now. Please, take care, Yuna.
Passe, which sounds like passe, which would be a horrible name for a human being. Okay, I walked up to that spot. Are you happy now? Can I move around freely? Okay, she just really wanted me to talk to that guy. These old musty ruins. God, it's so funny that people are just hanging out here because it's like a famous spot from like their favorite video game. I can't get over that. It's so meta. Ruin must is the best type of must. I love how all these different groups of sphere hunters have like a name for themselves. Like they're like trivia teams that get together on Tuesday night at the pub and take themselves super seriously. The middle brother's name. Man, y'all know so much more about Final Fantasy X than me. It's crazy. Oh. God, why do I know this?
Taro, Anna, you ready?
What was the clue again?
Come on, it's key. All right, let's head out. Yes, sir.
Prowl our fabulous dome. We love a fabulous dome. Mithril gloves. Raise defense by 20? Dang, that's good. Magic defense by 20? Probably be good to grab at least one of these. I can afford it. I finally have some money in this game. Money has been very slow in this game. It seems like this is going to be one of those games where there's like a very specific way to get money fast, and otherwise you're going to get money slow. Where did those other guys go? They kind of looked like Albed or maybe Guado? Fabulous Dome was my high school nickname. I'm not going to ask why, Street. This is where you get your FF lore? Just in chat and only chat? B is a good source for FF lore, for sure.
Which way?
Also, pronunciation queen. Eyes on B. Oh, is that a cat? The monkey has shifty eyes. Okay. Did you just take my money? Is this monkey taking money from me? Why was there a money sound? It's taking 1 gil from me. That's so random and silly. Somebody had to slave away at their desk for 2 days to make that work. Oh, here they are. These are the banana suit folks that I saw. Mr. Goon and Ms. Goon. Ha! Unreal. I love that Ms. Goon doesn't want you to know if she's married or not. She keeps it ambiguous.
That wasn't much fun.
You're a general lore master, not just FF8. You know a lot more. No. I said FFF. Like I just meant Final Fantasy in general. B. I didn't mean just FF8. If I accidentally said FF8, that's not what I meant. Okay, let me switch my ability learn for Riku. We got Kiraga. Oh, region. We have region now. probably want to go for that before... Well, no, let's get the casting time. I think because we have Prey as well, I think we can afford to go for the casting time before Region. Oh, Pops said FF8. Automod grabbed Goon. Not surprised. What was the ridiculous one that Automod grabbed earlier? Oh, I thought I found a hidden person.
Do you remember me?
Sure I do. I love that I'm just lying to all these people. Oh, there it is, Passe. I don't remember any of these characters.
And this is Taro. Nice to meet you, Lady Yuna.
What are you doing here? There are fiends around.
Phil and Lil. Reunited.
We're sphere hunters. The Kinderguardians!
The Kinderguardians, my lord.
You here on some kind of treasure hunt? So key must be a clue to finding the treasure.
That's right.
And we're gonna steal it from these children.
15 whole gil for that. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, very Nickelodeon moment happening right now. Look at this goon back there, though. Gooning. Hate that.
See you, Lady Yuna.
Why he doing that? Why he standing like that? Goon's gonna goon. Oh yeah, I'm a big Ben Starr fan. Alex Halliday. He's great. I love someone who can do like really deadly serious acting, but is also like a huge goofball. That's like instant maximum respect from me. He seems to have like the perfect balance of like, he's a serious actor, he takes his acting seriously, but he doesn't necessarily have to take everything that he does deadly serious. Or like tie it back into his serious acting, you know? Like he can just be a fun guy and a goofball. He's really funny.
Oh, hey, I wanted to double check that clue. It's Mon, right?
What is this guy wearing?
I heard some kids saying it was Key.
Mon Key. Wow.
Yeah, I figured it was Mon.
Who's this guy talking to?
The clues are Key and Mom.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they put him in the Tactics remaster. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a cameo in 14 as well. Keymon.
We won't let you off so easily this time.
Oh, it's the gun snake. This is such a cool enemy design. I love it so much. Oh, he already had a 14 collab. There we go. It's already happened. But yeah, I would love to have him be in as many things as possible. I'm totally cool with him being like an it guy. He's clearly versatile. I really want him to be in like a silly role though, because he's clearly he's voicing Dyson Dark's elder brother. You're so lucky that I get that joke. Two more months from now, I might not remember Tactics well enough to get that joke. But yeah, I would love to see him in like a non-serious role. That would be so much fun. Him being like some like wild goofball, or like a, you know, Kefka-esque villain that's like completely off the wall nut job. Oh, it's a behemoth. Okay. Power break. Top off with Prey. We'll scan him. I like how scan is like instant. I actually haven't gotten to watch anybody play Date Everything yet, but I have a lot of people that I follow, like, on the docket, I guess, that are going to be playing it. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of it. But I don't know or I don't remember what role Ben Starr plays. But yeah, I guess that could be considered a non-serious role, potentially. Definitely looking forward to seeing whatever it is. Indy's going to be playing some of that game, I think, this weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. Wait, what's confirmed B? Sorry, I missed it. The 14 collab? Or him being Dysodarg? I knew about Dysodarg, obviously. Yeah, I knew about that. I just thought it was funny that Alex used the incorrect text thing from that one battle where the game calls Dysodarg Dysodarg's elder brother. That was really funny. I love that this, must you be sickeningly honest? I love that this goon is like gooning over the scenery. Let's try to assault this battle. Once you get popular for being one role, being versatile won't be something you get to show off much. It just depends, Shane. I mean, I don't think everybody that's really good at something is doomed to be typecast. It certainly happens. But I think it's a little too early to say that. But I see what you mean about Steve Bloom and Johnny Young Bosch. Can I go down there? No. I'm gonna trust the minimap. Who is that? Is that a special character or is that a she-goon? How are we doing on abilities here? Are you done with... Oh, you're so close to being done with delay attack. I need to figure out what I want to send her into next. She's such a good damage dealer. We're going to take a hit by not having her as a warrior. We definitely can't do Songstress because she can't deal damage. We could go Black Mage. We haven't really focused on Black Magic a lot. And maybe we have an accessory that can boost her MP so she can use a lot of spells. We'll cross that bridge once we learn the ability. So many goons! We're surrounded by goons.
Leave it to me.
Thank you for Gobi emote. Square Enix made a post about Dysodarg. Ben Star left a comment. What? Oh yeah, it's confirmed that that's him, Alex Halliday. I don't know if you're still trying to like figure that out or whatever, but he is Dysodarg in the remaster. Liam O'Brien didn't get too railroaded. God, I love Liam O'Brien so much. Yeah, he has a lot of versatility. He's like he's one of those like peak additional voices guys. He's in like every game as additional voices. He's our additional voices king. Oh, this chest is already open. That's interesting. Okay, you were just making the joke earlier. Nah, it can't be. That's actually pretty funny that someone thinks that we're just someone that looks like Yuna and we're not the real one because it's too far-fetched that we would be here. Look at this huddle of olds. This is gonna be me and who someday. What convention and what two friends? We're gonna be huddled up like that.
None of these kids have ever played Final Fantasy VI. What a bunch of chumps. Don't even know how to hold a controller.
First time you heard him was Gaara in Naruto. Yeah, Liam O'Brien is Kane in FF4 3D, that's right. Actually, not my favorite casting for Kane. But I love Liam O'Brien, so...
The clue is monkey, right? Just a coincidence?
They got all the treasure before us. You know what? That's okay. They're kids. They deserve it. Akihiko. I don't remember who Akihiko is either. I remember the name, but... My Liam O'Brien role is Dr. Tenma from Monster. Monster's my favorite anime. And he voices the main character. Max is in love. Terran wears a forlorn expression. Okay. Are you stealing my money again? The fabulous... I love how this is a tourist attraction. That's so funny. We found all kinds of treasure. Good job, Passe. I love how they're just standing over this open chest and dancing. It doesn't feel like there was any way for this to go differently, so I'm not worried about that. Persona 3 Remake recast the entire cast, but they did let almost every old VA cameo in the remake. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Wonder what all went into that. Like, I could see them wanting to redo the VA because they thought it was, like, too low quality and they only had, like, the old compressed files and they thought it would sound weird juxtaposed against, like, the remastered graphics or something. But then, like, the original VAs were, like, too expensive or, like, too much older to do the same characters again, kind of thing. And so they were like, how do we solve this catch-22? Oh god, it's Sid. Yeah, I'm gonna reload so I can steal 4 potions from some children. Toxic behavior.
Turning this place into a gift shop? Hello?
What, you got a bone to pick?
Oh, do we have a bone to pick with Sid? Sure.
So, what's eating you?
Well, I can't really say, but
This is Riku's dad, right?
just not right.
Oh, that's a shame, Shane.
Like us turning the ruins of home into a theme park.
I see your point.
But glad they, you know, said that mattered to them and recast him. Drools tentatively. This monkey seems non-committal and also has no name. How do we know these monkeys' names? So much personality attributed to these little guys. What is this gonna be? Riku's dad, Yuna's uncle. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the reminders. My FF10 memory is extremely foggy, especially on, like, the details. We were talking about this. Was that earlier? Just earlier today? Yeah, that was just earlier today. We've covered so much ground today, discussion-wise. I haven't really replayed any of the Final Fantasy games, start to finish. I've touched them all since my first playthrough, but I have not replayed them start to finish, with the exception of 1 and 2 last year. And I've watched lots of streams and Let's Plays and things like that, but I haven't actually done, like, sincere replays of any of them. And it feels kind of weird. I'd really like to do it at some point, but I just don't know how I'd make the time for it. And it's not something that I would want to do on stream. Like, it would be super fun, but it would take up so much time. It would be so much time not playing first playthroughs, and I don't think I could handle it. We can't go back until we find that sphere. Okay, so there's a sphere here. Wow, Automod not allowing someone to say monster. Flagged for name calling. I mean, I guess. What the hell?
Who's there?
I need to start drinking some water.
You have done well to make it this far, Sphere Hunters. But you will not have the treasure you seek so easily.
So we fight.
If you want the treasure, you must speak the password.
Please tell me the password is monkey.
The clues? Oh, I know. The password is monkey.
Yes, good. Okay, so now tell me, what is the meaning of life?
Oh my god. Hitchhiker's Guide plus Monty Python. To bring the calm, to hunt spheres, again, monkeys, to marry a Hypello, and is that you, Isaru? Well, it really doesn't sound like Isaru. To bring the calm doesn't make sense, because otherwise no one would have a reason to live anymore. To hunt spheres seems really shallow. Monkeys is the meme answer, but, like, marry a Hypello is also a meme answer? What? You like watching first playthroughs, closest you can get to re-experiencing games you love for the first time all over again. Yeah, and I like watching first playthroughs for the same reason, Shane. Like, we can only do something for the first time, one time. And it's really... I especially like to see how people do things differently, and I like how you can get kind of into someone's brain and see how they think. You know, like, they're presented with a situation, and, like, your gaming background might make the solution to something immediately obvious. Like, oh, I bet we have to go and, like, do this thing or whatever. But to somebody else, it's not obvious. And then you get to watch them, like, figure it out. And then you might learn, like, oh, this could have been telegraphed better in this game. Or, you know, the developers were relying too much on the player having played previous games in this franchise to make the solution to this more obvious. And this person's playing this entry as their first entry. And therefore, they didn't know that that was a thing, you know? Like, I find stuff like that fascinating. I have no idea what to say to this question. It seems like the meaning of our life currently is to hunt spheres, so I guess I'm going to choose that one. I feel like there's not a wrong answer here, but maybe there is. Spheres, tapes, videos. We love videos so much.
Wait a minute. This voice sounds...
Okay, maybe it is Isaru.
Is that Isaru?
Why would he be in here, and how? What is this room, by the way? This, like, astral background is wild.
Bring excitement to those who've come to see this sacred place. I too once traveled with the hope of seeing...
Yeah, I have the same problem, D. Holmes. I have so many games that I've never played before that I want to play, so I feel guilty replaying something.
Okay, thanks for coming.
The desire is there. I have a list of games of what I want to replay. And, like, special playthroughs where it's like, oh, 100% because I haven't 100%ed before, perfect file, challenge run, whatever it is. I have so many of those that I'd love to do. But unless I was in a position where, like, playing video games was my job and I had so much more time, you know, I can't really justify it. I only have so much time to play games, and I feel compelled to spend it on new experiences as much as possible. My notable exception being, you know, like OOT randos and stuff. Oh, this is where we fought Unaleska. Look at this hole. Where's Marv from Home Alone 2? Wow, what a hole. Yeah, I ate crow on that one, didn't I, Street? It was Isaru. Yet another conversation that seemed completely inconsequential and didn't inform me to anything. There's Wildberry Pop-Tart Yuna, back again. It didn't make any more sense when Unaleska was in it. Well, that room totally makes sense as like a set-piece final boss arena type thing. Oh, nice. Okay, time to class Pain out of Warrior for a while. which is a little bit scary. She's the main damage dealer. We'll lose access to Assault, which has been a big part of our strategy.
I'm a game inventor. I've invented games. I've sold games. It's nice. I played it. I'm sorry, I have to say no.
Oh, there's like a second level of delay attack. Interesting. Thank you for my honest review, Draconics. Let's see. We said we were going to try Black Mage, so let's go for it. We have all the level 1 spells. I feel like Focus will probably unlock another ability behind it, plus it's really fast to get. So let's start with Focus, and then we'll do the level 2 spells. And let's see if we can give Pain an accessory to help her with magic. Because right now it's physical focused. So let's see. We can raise magic defense. Magic and magic defense by 10. That's good. We already have those elements. Okay, so we're definitely going Circlet. Magic and magic defense by 10. Max HP by 20% is still really high value right now. Her magic defense is only 17? How does that compare to the other party members? Riku's magic defense is 134, and Yuna's is 70. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take away Pain's HP buff and give her the magic defense boost because she desperately needs it. And then we're gonna give the HP buff to Riku because she's the healer. So we'll get rid of these fairy earrings. With the bangle, there we go. Give her a little more HP. That seems like a good plan. And then let's check in here. What's Riku learning? White magic level 2, that's good. And she's almost there. And then Yuna. Okay, perfect. Quadruple damage to Drakes. I actually really want that. I plan on leaving Yuna on this gun mage for quite a while. I really like the targeting enemies based on their type. No one looks bad as a black mage, but you'd say who looks best is Riku, Pain, Yuna. Oh god, another behemoth. Oh, I forgot to switch her to a black mage. Let's see if this guy's weak against anything. Do. That's a pretty cool outfit. Doesn't really look like a black mage outfit.
Let's take a look.
Okay. No elemental weakness, don't use lightning. Got it. This is probably a really bad fight to be using the black mage for the first time. But we'll see how it goes. Oh wait, I switched her to a white mage. I'm an idiot. I have 2 white mages right now. That's why it doesn't look like a black mage outfit, because it's not. I don't even have black mage on her grid. Okay, we're gonna just go back to warrior and we'll switch next time. Oh, interesting opinion, Street. Yuna cannot be the middle cutest. She's either the cutest or the least cute. Jiku agrees. Fair enough. I have no opinion on this. I'm actually surprised that there's not a thing in the menu where you can just ogle the outfits. Or maybe there is and I haven't found it yet. Because that seems like something that this game would do. Let's assault. Feeling saucy. Cool, we got white magic level 2. Give us your fashion tier list. That would actually be really fun. We'll do that. We should do that at the end of the game. Remind me when I beat this game. I'm sure that already exists on Tier Maker. Also, no one used the tier list redeem to make me do it now, because I won't do it. I'll give you your points back, or you'll have to pick a different tier list. We should do that at the end of the game. No, it's not going to take 2 years. Come on. Okay, we got to go to garment grids here. Which one is Pain using, though? Pain is using Vanguard. Okay, so we need to go to Vanguard and then swap it out. Let's put Black Mage in place of White. Okay. I haven't even looked at some of these. I should look at some of the ones we got. So Heart of Flame is really similar to First Steps. It just removes the middle node, and then there's like fire spells you can do. That's pretty cool. Equip Fire Eater, use fire just by equipping it, and then there's Fire Strike, Fyra, and Fyraga. A lot of these are hingent on you changing dress spheres a lot during battle. Oh, this is kind of cool. Sleep and Bio. So this is basically the same thing as Protection Halo, just with different bonuses. And I kind of like these bonuses better. So maybe I'll give Pain this one instead. Oh, and this one is the same too. This one's even better. Well, not necessarily. They're both really good. How about this one? Okay, we looked at this one. And then what is this one? Oh, this is... Okay, yeah, this is a really good one too. This is the one we have for Riku. Because Riku's our white mage. Yeah, I love the way all this is put together. This is really, really cool. I need to convince myself to change dress spheres more in battle. And I think if when we get to like more challenging fights... this will start to be more of my like mental strategy element. But when I can just kind of like press attack and win, I'm just gonna do that. But let's switch. Theoretically, if she's gonna be a black mage, silence proof is like really cool. But I still have to change dress spheres in order to get that. So I'm more thinking about which spells would I want to intrinsically have access to. Silence and Blind or Sleep and Bio. I think I'd rather have Sleep and Bio. So I'm going to do this one. I'm going to put Warrior in the middle because that's the most important one for her to be able to get to in a sticky situation. We'll put Black Mage down here. And I guess she's not ever going to need Thief. We'll have White Mage for emergencies. Gunner... Songstress is kind of an emergency as well. It's kind of a punt. And then we will switch her over to that one. But we are going to run her as Black Mage for a little bit here. Once you have a few jobs with more learned abilities, you'll probably feel more compelled to swap between them. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, like... It definitely still feels very early for me. I have a tendency to always feel like the game is really, really early on, even after I've played for like 40 hours. Oh, I have max potions. I should be using them. You can't carry anymore. Alright, I'll have to pay attention to that and top off a little bit. But yeah, the bonus thing being tied into the garment grid is really, really cool. That is a pretty cool Black Mage outfit. It's going to be more important for me to use Scan now because I want to know what everybody's elemental affinity is so that I can maximize. So this guy's weak against ice because he's a reptile. That makes sense. And he can poison me. And what about this guy? Are you weak against ice because you're big? You're not weak against anything. Alright, let's get Riku back up. blast out a Kiraga here if I don't die. Perfect. Hit that guy with some water. Nice. Sorry we had to win. 50 Cent just got cast as Balrog in the new SF movie. I'm sorry, what? That doesn't look like a sphere, it looks broken. Street Fighter. Oh god, what is this? Payne's not even looking at it. So cool. Oh, it's a Street Fighter character. This thing is very scary. Scan. Oh, it's weak against a whole bunch of elements, so that's great. Doesn't matter what we use. So we're just gonna blast it with magic here. So maybe we can just long game it with black magic here? Stand by to heal? I don't have any problem with this strategy. As long as it's not super fast. Okay, what does Curse do in this game? Okay, let's go ahead and do a heal now, a proper one. Alright, we'll stick to Blizzard, just to save one input. As long as this guy can't heal himself, this shouldn't be any trouble. We could obviously damage deal a lot faster here, but this lets me stay with what dress spheres I want to have equipped. I had no idea there was even going to be another Street Fighter movie. That's wild. From what you're saying, it sounds like they're going to use the opportunity to just try to, like, Marvel movie it and just, like, put as many famous people into it as possible so that people go and see it, even if they're not interested in Street Fighter. Are you dying, or is this phase 2? Hey. Oh, Zendaya's gotta be in a Street Fighter movie. Oh god, can you imagine the Twitter discourse if she got cast as Chun-Li? Oh, that would be chef's kiss.
What? It's only half a sphere.
Imagine the people that would come out of the woodwork to complain about that.
Well, it can't hurt to take it with us. I can't believe how much this place has changed.
Oh yeah, as Ryu. Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. Kalina Liang will be Chun-Li. A sphere's fragment. Okay, so it was broken. Oh, and we're just back on the almost said the Fahrenheit, the Celsius. The crab. I don't know anything about Street Fighter. It really seems like we should have more Al-Bhed letters. I feel like we found at least 10 at this point.
Looks like it's already drawn quite a crowd. The reports are from Killica Woods.
I want that sphere.
Okay, that's a new location. Scramble!
Who is the leader? I give the orders around here. Let's go!
The orders are to party. Alright, so we have a new hotspot, and it is on a previously visited place. So that confirms my suspicion on Kilika. Wait. This is why he's the leader. Did I just say to go to Besaid or to Kilika? I was just trying to get out of the menu there. Okay. I can't go back to the airship because I accidentally went to the required location. That's kind of annoying. But this is where we're going to stop for today. Because I am out of time. It's time for me to raid out. But we'll be back tomorrow at the same time for more hot takes and stimulating discussions. And who knows what else. More Final Fantasy X-2 tomorrow. On Tuesday, I will be back with more Star Fox grind. We're going to see if we can get through Route 3. We got it handed to us quite a few times. But hopefully I can get some good sleep and recharge and excited. And we can overcome. If we can make it through, then it's off to Star Fox 2. Which for some reason in my mind is going to be an easier game. But I don't know why I have that presupposition. It might be 3 times harder. Let's find someone to raid. I think that's all I have to share for housekeeping. Oh, actually, wait. No, that's not true. A couple more things. A reminder about the tactical RPG bracket. Thank you for the follow. We are running a tactical RPG bracket. We are trying to narrow down a list of 12 tactical RPGs to 1. The winner of this bracket will go on the next RPG poll. I loved tactics. I want to play more tactical RPGs. The floodgates are open. I made myself play tactics before allowing myself to play other tactical RPGs. We're over the hump. Now I'm allowed to play whatever ones I want, and I need your help to decide which one I should play next. This week, we are doing a matchup between Growlancer 2 for the PS2 and Phantom Brave for the PS2. I grouped these two together because they both have kind of like early voice acting camp and a little bit of like early 2000s anime energy as well, which is much more subtle than what we would consider anime now. But, you know, anime wasn't cool in the early 2000s. So they both kind of go together. I've got a poll in the Discord up. Make your vote of interest, whether it's informed or uninformed or arbitrary. You know, pick for which one you would want me to play the most. The winner of this bracket will go into round 2. Is Makai Kingdom in the bracket? It is not. I don't know what that is. I was originally entertaining the idea of tactical RPGs that I don't own, but given the lack of disposable income, I decided to limit the bracket to tactical RPGs that I already own. So the 12 games contained within are games that I already own and have access to. If you want to see the full list of games, Command TRPG will give you a link to the challenge bracket. Just put it in the chat for you if you want to take a look. But tomorrow will be the last stream where we will talk about this week's matchup. So make sure you've cast a vote. I'm going to close the vote on Saturday, which is not a stream day. And then I'll open up the poll for next week's matchup, which is going to be... Let me remind myself which one it is. Next week's matchup will be Unicorn Overlord for the Switch versus Gene d'Arc for the PSP. And those are very disparate in terms of time period that they came out, but they have kind of a similar like visual style and like historical fiction kind of thing going on. They're not super similar. They're not nearly as similar as the two games from this week. But wait, what did... Oh, you just said a swear word. That's all, Street. My automod grabs swear words just because I want to see them before they hit the chat. I don't have a problem with it. You're good. I just want to see them before they hit the chat. And then the game that wins this matchup, that goes on to round 2, will be up against... oh, that's an ad. That's lovely. Will be up against Bahamut Lagoon for the Super Nintendo. There are 12 games in the bracket. There's 8 games in round 1. But 4 of the games got automatic buys to round 2 because those are the 4 games I'm most interested in. So make your vote of interest in the Discord. Influence me in chat. Tell me which one I should play. Everything's going to factor into my decision-making process. You don't necessarily have to vote or be in my Discord server to have an influence over the decision. It's a little bit different than my typical decision-making process. The winner of the poll isn't necessarily going to be the one that advances. It's just an influencing factor. If the poll is like really, really one-sided, that game will move on. But I mostly just want to hear what people think to help me make an informed decision. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. There's a throne wish list if you want to contribute beyond subbing, bidding, or Ko-fi. Some people have asked for a more tangible way to support. If you want to help crowdfund new video games for me, some of them will be stream games. They all have the crowdfunding option. So if you want to go throw $1 in the Donkey Kong Bonanza bucket, go for it. Greatly appreciated. But no obligation whatsoever. It's just another way to support if you would like, considering that I can't just buy video games like I used to be able to. Okay, I think that's all the housekeeping that I have. Now we can actually find a raid target and get the heck out of here. I've said what I need to say, my obligations. I've yapped enough. Where are we going? Dave Matthews Band. A lot of people on. Let's raid Lydia. Lydia's playing Final Fantasy IX for the first time. I'm a sucker for an FF9 first playthrough. So, you know, she's got me. Got the hooks in. Love watching people play FF9 for the first time. Lydia's nice. She was here earlier and was chatting with us a little bit. She's having a good time with it. So let's go check in, see how that's going. Check her out. Get some FF9 vibes. That's what I'll be doing for the next little bit here while I catch up on some literal housekeeping and chores. Get ready for the lady to come home and hang out with the little guy for a little bit. Hope to see you tomorrow for more 10-2. Maybe Tuesday for some Star Fox grind. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Today was really fun. I feel more in touch with this game than I did last week. I think I was just too tired last week to fully soak in anything. I still have no idea why it exists, but we're having fun. We're on a ride, and that's all that matters. All right, see y'all later. Be good.